it goes. What's going on, guys? How we doing out there? Let's go ahead. Let's get the day started. Let's get the week started. Already giving you one of my trades, but can't give you that right off the hop. Got to start with the SPY, of course. Let's get to the overall market. Let's talk about what's going on here. Overnight, I was watching the Sunday night action, and it actually started to get a little bit of a pop back. Now we're drifting back down, of course. A lot of war conversation, a lot of things going out in the market. We'll talk all about it. We'll get to the playbook. We'll get to the sunrise report. Let's get right to the action with the playbook. We'll get you guys 3 trade ideas, and one of them you might just have seen. Let's get to the action. All right, let's kick it off. Of course, the first trade idea is going to be one on long UAMY, and this is a kind of a leaders to laggard style trade, right? On Friday, we were starting to get, of course, basic materials to start bouncing back. Names like USAR really getting a nice bounce back. This was metals and minerals really waking up, and copper. Of course, I was trading some copper names, but now looking to play a little bit of a catch-up trade with the metals and minerals laggard catch-up here. U.S. state and is it anti? Sorry about that. Pretty much this company right here, the biggest and most important part of this trade is that you haven't seen a single like real positive action, right? And so this just had a little bit of a gap down. So let's see if we can pop back above the 580s. I'll set the alert there, looking for a day trade back up towards like the 640s on this. Of course, you would want to see these other names kind of continue like UUU and see if those names can push back above the 1540s here. The 16 breakout could be a good look also for Quad U. Of course, if we're talking kind of the uranium names and those names, you could also be looking at a bonus one. I'll give you a bonus here for LEU. Let's go to another one here, and just to set that alert there at 189 too. That one looks great there. Let's go to DraftKings here. Let's talk about another trade that I gave you guys just a couple of weeks ago. I wrote up DraftKings for the preseason NFL trade. Now we're going with the NFL season reload. Yes, you heard that right. Reload it right now. DraftKings closed at 26.12 to 26.17 on Friday. Of course, coiling in the direction beneath its seasonal breakout trigger. A base building the complete post-July sell-off with the NFL preseason handle accelerating engagement. Now we're leaning closer towards, of course, the NFL season in 2 weeks. Now you start to get real pickup. And another thing that starts to happen is you get closer and closer to the MLB postseason, which will also be a focus. As that starts to kick off, of course, then you really start to kick off more gambling. Really, gambling tends to happen towards the end of the year and maybe at the beginning with the Super Bowl. But if you would just include January, I would put it as these are the months to gamble. So let's see what happens there in DraftKings. Let's see if we can start to see a bigger liftoff today. We'll look for a move back above the 27s. You see this morning, it's already kind of just hanging in here and could be making a liftoff towards 27 right out the gates. We'll see what happens on this one. DraftKings. All right, let's go to another trade here. What about a long ANF trade, right? Of course, I've given you guys this trade multiple times. This stock is going into an earnings, right, this week, later on Thursday. Let me confirm on Thursday. I might be off there on Thursday. It might be Wednesday, but I just want to confirm. So I just give you guys the outlook. Yeah, Wednesday before the open. Sorry. Just there you guys have it. Wednesday before the open, ANF will be reporting. So I want to ride that move right back up to this high before that, right? I'm looking at some retail names. I'm looking at ANF. I'm looking at my Lulu that you guys saw as you guys started to come in here. I think this one could lift off. It's already having a really good day. I didn't expect to see this lift already happening, but we're already starting to show a push there towards the 122 range. We'll look to see if that can continue making a move. All right, we'll take a look at some other trade ideas. Of course, you guys smashed the like. Let's keep the party going. But of course, the Pistons are firing and the mega cap tech pausing ahead of NVIDIA's in Jackson Hole. The market, of course, is kind of turning around and trying to rotate some assets. You're seeing basic materials get the lift. Healthcare, of course, surging last week. Now we'll look to see what happens as we get closer and closer to NVIDIA's earnings. That's really going to be the watch to see what happens there. right? Will NVIDIA report a good earnings report? Well, I'll tell you one thing. This is also on my radar for long. You're seeing it come down this morning, but quick little rebound tells me to watch for some potential strength towards the open here in NVIDIA. Already getting the lift this morning. And I like this play. I was thinking about it this morning. It's already getting that nice little push back there to the 215. It did get a little bit of a gap down, but now turning things back. All right, of course, this will be a fun play in the market open, of course, as it will be getting a lot of action and a lot of up and down. It could be choppy. We'll see what happens. But for right now, it's starting to bounce to the upside. All right, we'll get to the Sunrise Report where we cover all the stocks that are moving out in the market. You guys let me know what stocks on your radar. Chat, wake up out there, hit those likes, and let's keep the party going. It's Trade the Pool. Let's get to the Sunrise Report. All right, as we kick off the Sunrise Report, we'll keep the party going. Let's get to the SPY overall and talk about what's going on in the market. What happened over throughout the weekend? Well, let's first start with Friday, as Friday resolved as the month's most important binary into the friendliest ways available. Business activity accelerated to the composite of 56, but while you saw output price inflation cool to its weakest reading since November, the tape really took it. The Dow put on more than 500 points in the week's supply panic, went quiet for an afternoon. Now we're starting to take a look at it. We'll see what happens as the weekend delivered a 50% tariff on Canada and Treasury Secretary promising an economic D-Day against Iran. Futures are splitting between the duration again. The Dow flat, the Nasdaq sold, and the hedge complex is making for new highs for the third straight session, which is, of course, one of the things to watch at this tape, and we'll be taking a look at to see what happens, of course, Wednesday with NVIDIA. The overnight drivers, the tariff wall goes up, right? Talks collapse as the duties land over the weekend. The U.S. is now applying an additional 50% on roughly $20 billion of Canadian goods. Plywood, liquor, furniture, electronic equipment, food products, cement, dairy, and hockey equipment with energy and potash as critical minerals that are carved out. This is about 5% of the $383 billion Canada sent south last year. So we'll see what happens there as more and more battles with Canada and the U.S. The hedge built early in the third session. Gold is at its record. Silver is trading above 69, and Bitcoin opened last week trading at 62,800. So we are definitely seeing some assets that are starting to get the move. We'll take a look at some gold stocks throughout the show, of course, seeing how they're starting to get the lift and pushing this morning. You see gold up there, at least GLD up there towards the 427. Take a look at the daily chart. Daily chart is on a complete tear. And of course, you guys know my favorite gold name, AU, was trading this name last week when this started to pop in the first place, right around the 105, 106 range. Well, look at it now, 121s. Well, let's continue the party going. Let's talk about more action in the market. Let's get to some pre-market movers here as you're seeing Alibaba down 4%. What happened there? Well, off of an early pre-market low, the company is placing an HK 80 billion, about 10.2 billion of new shares. So pretty much a dilution, right, in offering here, sending, of course, the Hong Kong line to an 8% lower open. This is an AI CapEx financing question on the thread that has been circling, of course, the middle for about a month now. We've been asking ourselves, how are these Chinese companies continuing to be able to handle things? Of course, we saw different companies kind of sell off assets and different methods to try to keep the capital up higher. And this is a clear case that, nope, you need the money, right? So it's not has been an answer of a more of a dilutive way available. Of course, they do not need the cash for anything except for compute, right? So it looks like they're, of course, using this quickly into expanding. The dip, of course, being bought within the same session in, of course, the Chinese markets. We'll look to see if this does get the bounce today. It's already back there towards 117.52. Let's go to AAOI. Of course, the AI player down big here, down 12.7% on a $600 million equity offering, announcing itself into an optical networking complex that has been priced for an AI build-out scarcity. Same funding doors, same morning, 1/10 of the size. LITE is trading in sympathy without the catalyst of its own. Let's take a look at some of these other players in this space. LITE taking a big hit there, of course, on the downside. And you'll see some other ones, right, start to kind of trickle down like Fabrinet, right? This is definitely going to affect the market. Memory names down, SNDK down 4.9%, WDC down 4%. TrendForce now sees NAND contract prices rising 10 to 15% this quarter against roughly 70% jumps that these names rode into the print. Note where this lands in the thread. A week ago, Memory Complex was a bid on the industrial policy. Washington telling Apple it opposes Chinese memory, and the entire group traded as a uniform land grab. Pricing deceleration is the first fundamental argument against this trade, and it arrives 48 hours before the sector bellwether, of course, reports, which is NVIDIA. So pretty much conversation that we're seeing these NAND prices, right? The prices of memory start to come down, right? Of course, it was up roughly 70%. Now it's only rising about 10 to 15% this quarter. So a little bit of a slowdown to the massive ramp that it first had. Does this mean the trade's going away? No, but it definitely brings a little bit of a kind of a downward action feel to the market today. As you're seeing, of course, the Qs down here, of course, they gap down back towards 709. So we'll take a look to see, can we get the bounce, or are we going to go into the gap zone? We definitely started to reject the 9s, and we're starting to hit into the 50s. This is a little bit bigger of a rejection than I think even some of us were looking for. So now I think we need to kind of take a look at it. Let me take a look to see where exactly you got the 50, of course. The 50 could come back all the way back here, closer towards the 753. So now I think we have leaving a pocket here for a potential move back down to 758s on the SPY. And then if we look at the Qs, because the Qs are a little bit closer, they're hitting the 50 right now. The 50 is at 708.82 and we're at 708.90. So gonna need to quickly rebound here out the gates if we're gonna expect some type of rebound in the Qs. All right, let's go to Berkshire Hathaway. No, not Berkshire Hathaway. Let's go to Birkenstock. Let's go to the shoes stock. Birk. And of course, some handbags. Let's go get it. Up here, 6.1% full year 2026 guidance. They raised 15% growth with revenue targeted at 2.3 to 2.35 billion euros. You see here the consumer read this thread and is assembling for 2 weeks, keeping splitting the same way. The trade down channels and the brand with pricing powers are printing right now. You saw a big spike, but quickly pulling back. What's in focus today? Well, Basant's Iran Economic D-Day. Of course, the Treasury Secretary holds a press conference today to unveil the sanction package that he has called the single greatest financial offensive ever marshaled against an adversary. No time has been announced, which itself is a positioning problem, right? We don't know when this would come into play, but the mechanism is the secondary sanctions for penalizing foreign banks, refiners, traders, shipping operators, payment intermediaries for dealing with Tehran and using access to the dollar system as the lever. The starting point matters. Iran crude arriving in China has already fallen to roughly 534,000 barrels this month from a 1.4 million, right? So China, of course, has been buying less, and they're ready to put the pressure on Iran. We'll see how this really affects Iran. Will we actually see a change in tune? Will we see something that actually can come out of, a real peace, right? But for right now, it looks like more talk and more pressure trying to be put on by activating some bigger sanctions against Iran. Of course, today's calendar, we'll be taking a look at some earnings stocks. There's PDD, of course, but the week ahead is all focused on NVIDIA, of course. Wednesday after hours, get ready. That's the bar event of the week. You guys come over here, come watch our show, because I know we'll be covering it right here on Trade the Pool. All right, let's keep the party going. Of course, there's also some economic data later this week. We get July's core PCE and Q2 GDP revision. That's all coming in on Wednesday, 8:30. So Wednesday's the day, guys. So don't expect, I think, too much early in the week. At least that's what I'm thinking. I'm going to try to take it calm, trying to take it simple here. Of course, we'll look to see what happens towards the end of the week. And guys, I have a big vacation next week, so I'm not trying to go crazy. I'm trying to take it easy. I'm trying to make some money. And I have a big announcement coming up we'll announce it probably a little bit after the open, but stick around. Big announcement for you guys about potentially new fundy. We'll talk a little bit more about that coming up, guys. Stick it around, guys. Let's get to our action. Let's bring on Michael Knauss. Let's talk about the market action. Let's see what the quant is seeing in the market today. Quant. Everybody needs a quant. You know, it's like with the Big Short. Do you have your quant? Well, we got our quant. What's up, Michael? How we doing?
Oh, we're doing good. I liked it better when everyone was bearish, but just to spoil the COT data a little bit, they all covered their shorts and turned bullish again, which is a bit of a bummer. I think that's more catalyst for us to stay in this range.
That's the reason why we're getting why they do that to us, Michael? Why they do that to us?
Let me just go to that right away. Especially, we were talking about NASDAQ. This was like the biggest short position on the NASDAQ in years. Like, we'll zoom out here. And again, we're focused here on the red line. And you can see the red line is lower than it was. This chart goes back to 2021. They were more short than they'd ever been on the Qs since 2021. And that, to me, that got me excited. Because I'm like, okay, like Mitch was talking about, we got the big guy. We got the big guy doing earnings. So imagine a world where everybody's short the Qs and earnings just gets blown out the windows and everything's just doing fantastic and everyone's loving life. And then I'm like, great, then the Qs are finally going to catch up. We've been talking about how the Qs have been lagging everything forever. And if the Qs catch up, then that's kind of the license I think that the market needs in order to rip it. And then they chicken out right away. So they're still net short position, still decently short, as short as they were right in this area when we had this huge string of moves up. This kind of looks like a short covering kind of rally that happens here in the market. So still a little bit short, but just not as awesomely short as they were before. And again, that's a bummer. I don't like that because I like being a bit of a contrarian, a bit of a jerk where, if everybody's short and the market's ripping, then I know I can kind of really put my foot on the gas. I just know there's going to be people that have to buy. That's the beauty of shorts, is that that the only way they get out of their position is to buy shares. And they got a little bit long, which is unfortunate. So here on the SPY, really no change. We're sitting pretty flat here on the SPY as well. Pulling back here on the SPY. But wait, we touched all-time high on the SPY last week. We touched all-time highs on the SPY on the Qs ages ago, right? We haven't gotten back to that June, July high the way we did on the SPY. So again, I wasn't really as interested in the SPY. I wanted the Qs to really catch up. Because that, again, if you think of the Qs as 90-ish% tech, and you think of the SPY as 30 to 40% tech, well, the fact that the SPY has been lifting without the Qs, it means that tech has been lagging. You don't need to be a technician to see that. It's just been plain as day for months now. So imagine if 30% of the SPY just caught up and pushed higher and started to rip a little bit as well. And that would have been the catalyst that we need. We're just not really seeing that right now. The Russell, the little guys, more short. So, the bet is starting to become more and more longing tech and shorting the Russell, which in my brain, as the contrarian, just makes me think that you have this kind of reverse that could potentially happen where the Qs continue to lag. And although I like buying small caps, one sec. Excuse me, allergies. Yeah, if you have this performance switch that takes place where you have the Russell not able to, or just leading the way, that's great. That's fine. But what we need is, again, the flippening. We need that kind of catch up of the big names. And with the positioning that has now, it makes me think more Russell underperformance. You can call it value, you can call it whatever you want, but less of the big guys doing a lot of fun things and more of the little guys doing fun things. Just fine. If as long as you're okay with trading those, it's just more interesting to trade a SanDisk or NVIDIA or whatever. Again, not saying anything has to happen, but these guys are just normally wrong. So it's usually a good move to bet against them. Speaking of, if we take a look at crude, they're still very not long. And again, the large institutions, the speculators out there that we're betting against, they are never short crude because the commercials are always short crude. You can go back in this chart forever, right? There's never a net short position really on the for the speculators. So what you're doing is you're saying, well, as they get closer to flat, that's essentially them being net short. And they're getting pretty close, which means that we could see a continuation here in crude. That would obviously be an overall headwind for the market. But what's been a nice tailwind for the market here is you can see here on USD, right? So they were short, or they were buying USD up into this level. And as USD, or as the dollar moves lower, that's generally good for stocks, which is hilarious just watching these guys. They bought right into this. Just look at this chart. So they're long here, and then they're short there. And then they're long back here, and then they turn short right here. And then they get long up here, and then they turn short kind of right down here. Now they're long up here again. This is why I follow this. It's very hard to find somebody who is correct about the market all the time. It's way easier to find people who are dead wrong very frequently. And these guys seem to be dead wrong very frequently. And they're still buying. So they're getting more and more along the dollar, which, if they're wrong and the dollar starts to decrease, again, that's good for metals. That's good for the gold trade. That's good for Bitcoin. That's good for all these, right? Looking at Bitcoin, again, I don't know. I need to really kind of wrap my head around whether or not I paid close attention to this or not, because the question is how much is done on chain versus how much is done off chain. With the ETFs being so large, the future products are not that popular when it comes to volume. So maybe I'll take a little bit of credence away from this one and try to find other ways to look at this. But they're starting to sell their Bitcoin position as things are popping, which is great. That's still kind of been the story of the day. Last thing I just wanted to look at, speaking of the metals, was going to be the metals here. If we take a look at gold and silver. So again, full disclosure, been talking about this. I'm very long gold. That it was that seasonality thing. You guys saw me sell puts on it. I'm going to have to roll those puts up and out to not get called away. So I'll think about that. I'll add duration to them and sell them a little bit higher. Or part of it is I just take my profit. I'm up like 15-16% on this position. So part of me just wants to go, listen, it's been a good run. Take some off, but I'm supposed to hold it to February, and maybe we tap this all-time highs, which would be even better. Not a huge movement there. And then in silver, silver has been going a little bit, but just hasn't been catching up as much. But right now, nobody is long silver, but the smart commercial hedgers are remaining to be short, and they've been doing a good job making a lot of money on the short side of things. So just note that this seems to be a gold only play. This doesn't seem to be gold and silver. They call silver gold's crazy cousin, because sometimes it does what gold does way more. Sometimes it just does its complete own thing and doesn't give a crap about gold at all. We have no idea which one of those are. So, yes, could silver kind of catch up and go? Absolutely, anything could happen. But we're just not seeing it right now. It's moving with gold. But if you just look at it from a straight, like how, this again, how you do relative strength, you don't do it on percentage basis, because then you're just looking at beta. You're doing it based off of an anchor point. So, for example, an easy way to look at relative strength here would be how close are you to this all-time high, right? And this might be skewed because silver had this insane parabolic run. So you could look at it, how close are you to maybe this low or something like that. And they're both moving together. gold is just has much stronger kind of uptrend going. So maybe it's a catch-up trade, right? If you believe gold is going to continue and you really like silver, maybe you're taking your bets there in silver and saying, well, I think this is going to finally catch up to the market or catch up to gold, and you could play a little bit of a catch-up trade there. But I'm going to just stick with my gold position for now because I like buying the leaders. I just wish everybody was starting to bet against it, which they're not. They're actually starting to buy here on the way up. So I got to figure out today or tomorrow what I'm going to do with these put options that I have.
Oh, we'll see what happens with those put options. I mean, hey, it's one way to play it, right? You could also just short it.
Or sorry, calls. When I sold calls, yeah.
Oh, calls.
No, yeah, because remember we did those cover calls last week, and I didn't think that they were going to get anywhere near to getting hit in a couple days, but it's just been so strong. I think I sold the 122s or 123, somewhere in this area, and it just continues to rip. So it's the question I got to ask myself: do I want to just get them called away and get them taken care of, or do I want to sit there and try to roll them up and out, continue to make an income off it? So we'll think about it.
We'll take a look at that. Of course, gold has been a really strong play there. AU was a monster play there in the last couple of days. We'll see if that continues to hold. Of course, the XLB kind of really getting hot, and metals and minerals definitely pushing. Of course, I was in FCX. That continued to push on Friday. What a big, nice breakout there, up there towards 77.
Funny. I was actually talking to a buddy about FCX. Do you know how much money they make from gold? It's like 20%. Nice. So yeah,
it's not just it's not just copper, right?
And I think that's important to note to most people. When you dig in the ground, like none of these there's no such thing as a pure silver miner or pure copper or pure gold. It's not like they're going to mine into the ground and then pull some gold out and go, no, we're just a copper miner. We're throwing this out.
No. Put that back in the ground, dude.
Yeah, no.
Put that back in the ground.
There. Yeah, we don't want it. But yeah, what they do is they target like what they think, what they're trying to mine. But if you're gonna find something, you're gonna sell it.
If you just run into gold, I mean, hey.
Yeah, I'll take it. I'll take the trade. One last thing. I don't know if I talked about this with you guys or not. I just talked about this so much, but I did the Pinduoduo puts for earnings. That looks like that's just going to be dumped here on the open. So that was another earnings play. These ones have been going well. So nice little pop there on that, whatever that guy is. But that's going to be just a dump on the open so I did the $70 right at this low, and just said, right, come get me. And that all of the volatility should be sucked out of that as soon as we open here in 10 minutes.
10 minutes. The Qs have gone absolutely nowhere pretty much since 7 a.m. So pretty much since 8 p.m. Really. So we're going to be watching to see what happens here at the open. I think that's what you need to look at, right? Don't overreact, underreact, and wait to see the action. All right out there, guys. And looks like my man Angelo's out there at a nice little trading conference watching some traders trade, baby. Let them get after it. Hope they're doing well.
I was talking to them there on WhatsApp, and it's like, if you can go to a trading conference, if there's one near you, just do it. I'm always surprised how, like, trading is a zero-sum game, right?
They don't do enough advertising, man. I think they need to do more advertising, because I didn't even know about this one, right? It was right there.
Yeah.
So.
But yeah, if you can, right? If there's one, if you don't live in a fishing village, like there's no trading conferences out here. There'd be me and like one other dude. But if you live somewhere, just go, because I always look at this again. It's a zero-sum game. If I make money, someone else out there is losing money. So you would think people are like really protective and hoarding their edge or what they do. But especially in person, I find traders to be like some of the nicest people I've ever met. And my theory is always that they all know how hard it is to get any level of long-term profitability, that when they're there, they share it. Like CMT events in particular, I always find just so good, where everyone's just like, and it's kind of like it's just a bunch of nerds talking about nerd stuff, right? They're all like, everyone's trading nerds, like, oh, do you see this stock? And oh, look at this, and they're just all like super nerdies, and um, yeah, you have this kind of back and forth of a lot of idea sharing. Again, everyone's always super nice, so they're sending pictures of what they're doing there. It looks super cool. But yeah, if you're anywhere and you just see any conference, just take a day off work and go and hang out. And, who knows what you'll end up learning, who you'll end up meeting.
I think this is, you never know, right? You never know what strategy. And I always think about it this way. I mean, hey, traders are very lonely. And when they get together, they just like to talk. So,
yeah, because, well, and think of yourself. You're probably living with a significant other who does not care two shits what happened about the market. And then all of a sudden you start
talking about Apple, and she's just like,
yeah. Oh, puts. Oh, you so. Oh, that's so interesting, honey. Can we talk about literally anything else? And then when you have this big group of people, they're all like let loose. They're like, oh, they'll listen to my stories about this hammer candle that I'm testing and stuff like this. Everyone gets so pumped up. I think that's probably a big part of it too, right?
Yep, definitely is. All right, we'll see what happens out there, guys.
Just gonna do quick levels, right? If there's not, I think you were spot on, Mitch, where we got so much going on Wednesday that I wouldn't surprise Monday and Tuesday to be range bound days, to be slow days. We're getting, mid to late August. It's the doldrums of summer. We got so many large events that are coming in the market really soon. I just don't think today and tomorrow are swing for the fences day, and we're range bound, right? We've got these 2 days on the SPY, right? We have both Thursday and Friday, and here's the lows of this kind of Thursday candle. If you zoom out, this big candle that happened right here, I think you kind of mark the highs and the lows of that candle, and if you're inside that, you're just doing very quick, buy dips, sell rips, take a couple bucks, move on, or focusing entirely on crazy movers, things like that, and then you're just moving on with your life. And then on Wednesday, like on Thursday morning, on Wednesday, you've got a big move that potentially could happen in the markets, and you prep for that. I have, if we want to do it today or tomorrow, I have a little presentation I just did on Trader TV about the stats behind NVIDIA earnings. We can take a look at that because that's all that everyone cares about. Not only is it, depending on the day, the largest company in the world, but it's also the bellwether for whether or not the AI trade are we feeling good about it? Are we mad about it? What's going on here when it comes to the AI trade? So, it's like everyone's holding their breath, waiting for something to happen here, right? So I think even more than any economic report, any of that kind of stuff, I think we're going to get a big move there.
We'll see what happens there. I think we'll be looking at the gates to see what we get. I think it's going to be all dependent on what happens here quickly. And seeing if healthcare can stay strong, financials can stay strong, defenses are a good watch, I think, out the gates, especially if we get down tech. So if you want to take a look at some of those trades, of course, those are the boring trades, but they could easily make us money today, like Coca-Cola, Pepsi, right? I'm actually going to look for Pepsi right out the gates as just like an easy play for me, I think, as a day trade, right? So I'll be looking to take this right out the gates, make some quick cash, and seeing what happens from there, right? Something like this, I think, is easy. And I think those are the ones that I'm going to play right out the gates, and then just try to, after that, slow things down.
It's funny that every time I see mention of Pepsi's, it just brings me right back to when I was beginning trading, because we were given a list of like 3 stocks that we could trade when we started, because you had like a $30 daily risk, and that was it. And so you had to play the most liquid, tight, boring stuff on planet Earth, and it was Coke and Pepsi, and that's what I was trained on. It was that and Lucent, which There's like one other boomer that remembers that that was an actual company, and that was it. So I would play Coke and Pepsi, just sympathy plays all day long, like micro scalp. Right. If I saw Coke running, I'd look at Pepsi and see it. Could I chase a little bit of move, scalp out 2 or 3 cents there, and you know, vice versa. And it just ends up being if you want beginner and like really smooth, I guess is probably the best word for it, trading vehicles, these things are really smooth because they're so liquid that they're never getting bullied. They're never, you know, you're not getting like huge whipsaws, things like that. You can push those things and yeah, do really, really well. It's a good idea. You know, if you're a new trader, pick a list of like 10 mega liquid dudes like Coke or Pepsi and Walmart. Again, that's how I was taught way back in the day. You pick one from each sector, right? So your Apple and Walmart and Coke or Pepsi, and you just pick huge liquid dudes from each one, and you end up just hyper focusing on the charts and knowing where the levels are, where support resistance is. And because you have so much data to deal with, you can very easily, test certain things and look at how the stock performs and take certain trades off them. I always like it as a good idea, right? Just going to pay attention to the news here. So far, there's been really nothing.
A little bit of an alert. I'm watching for Lulu to push today. I think that's an interesting one. Retail, definitely looking to see it get the lift. So you can look at Lulu as a name that I'll be watching today.
I like names like this.
Rip my shorts off, right?
Woodshed.
Rip your shorts off, man.
Destroyed.
This is This is the perfect one, right? At some point, it finds a bottom, and it does still sell things out there. So if you look at the earnings haven't really changed much, right? It's right where it was, right? So if you look at what I like to look at also sometimes, like with this is like, so Michael, like here, like the earnings were the EPS was at like 169 recently, right? And I compare that to like a similar quarter to like a past time in 2018, and they were only making EPS in this same price range at like 56 cents, 75 cents, right? So that tells me that we're getting at least back to some type of normalization with valuation, right? And so at some point, you would expect this company to sideways action and then start coming back. I think we've seen some sideways action. Now let's see if it can start coming back a little bit.
Well, and just, when you look at a chart like this, the way I look, right, you don't need to be a super genius to judge sentiment, right? The sentiment is obviously in the toilet in this name. And the beauty about big names that probably aren't going anywhere anytime soon, that have everybody hate them and sentiment in the toilet, is all you need is one surprise event. Like Starbucks, right? Starbucks was getting smoked and they're just like, yeah, we're firing our CEO, and the thing just ripped. So like I could see the same kind of thing happening here where you get one positive news event that takes place and all of a sudden things go great. Like, because all you need is not garbage to take place and just have that slight shift in sentiment. Now, what you got to make sure is you don't anchor to the all-time highs and say, oh, it's going to get back to 500 anytime soon. But like, let's say it just gets to 120 right here, or 220. All right, well, there we go. Let's see. So at the open here, we have SPY just kind of flat on the day. Same with the Qs, down a little bit more, down 0.75%. We have RSP up on the day. So it's been the same story now for months, right? RSP does well, QQQs have a hard time, and we just wait to see when and if that ever flips, and then look to take some sort of trade there. I'm going to go take a look here at my my gold options and my Pinduoduo options and see if there's any cash to be made on covering those things. Slowly drifting lower.
Watching the action here to see what starts out the gates. Basic materials continuing the rally here, right out the gates here. So that's where I'm seeing the strength. Copper continuing here, right out the gates there. Big pop there on FCX, already up there to $79 here.
Yeah, gold is
DraftKings
moving a bit
pushing.
on the open. So these materials have been on. So we came down that first minute or so. We got close to this pre-market low, and we're trying to dig in. We're trying to reverse here, and we're trying to hold up. So let's see if we can continue there on that. Just coming over here to take my money on FCX here. Bid ask mid. What? That can't be right. All right, whatever. I don't understand that, but that's okay. So let's see what if we can get some sort of a bounce. I'm just working on my pin duo. I think there's some shenanigans going. I don't think the options have opened up yet, but it's holding on here. So if you're interested in China and you're interested in something that was strong after earnings, this one definitely was. You know, I'm trying to look at this thing. I'm at a bunch with. Let's take a look here. So far, some of these second day plays or hangover plays, I'm looking at like RAFI or RFAI. This is like a D-SPAC thing that's just going absolutely nuts. It D-SPAC'd here or at 10, it announced whatever they were going to do. And of course, it has AI in the name. So the thing ripped $100. Of course, a simple 10x off the gate. And then just hung around the rest of the day. So I'm looking to see if this one reverses or sells down, something like that, if we can get a move there. But so far, right, we have Qs continuing their sell, down 1% here on the Qs, and all of that is happening where the RSP is holding on really close to the high end of the day. So, right, we're up to this high end on RSP, so the average stock is doing just fine. The Qs are selling off, continues to be big cap tech that's having the bad time for everything.
Seeing defensives move up to the top, almost 1% up already. That's why I was telling you guys, it seemed to me like that was the area to go towards, like right out the gates if you wanted some quick action, and you got it in a lot of names there, especially kind of this is the nice one, Elf Beauty getting a nice little pop there, about $2. You're seeing a bunch of these kind of household personal product names start to get the lift there. Procter Gamble get the push. So we'll see what happens there in Coke and some other names. I took a trade here in UAMY. I'm on the day trade account, guys, because the swing is in review as we are looking to go ahead and hammer down as the 20K funded has been hit with FCX trade.
Nice
of course,
work,
last
man.
week made multiple trades that were close to 4 digits. So it was a good week. Let's just say that much. So not a bad trade in Gilead. You guys saw me take that one. And then the FCX was another big winner. Close to $800 on that one. So not going to be mad about FCX at all. Sold it because it hit the target, not because I wanted to sell it. I would have still been in it. And if I would have stayed in towards Friday, we're talking a nice like $2,000, $3,000 winner. So let's keep getting after it. Now that we'll have the funded, we'll be able to hang on to these a little bit more. I even am coming up with some strategies to get around maybe the earnings kind of conversation in the swings. But we'll get after it, guys. Let's see what we can do today. Qs, though, really kind of struggling there. Down to the 706, really taking a hit there. SPY also taking a hit here, as we're seeing still sectors up, but the overall market being dragged by the heavy weighted tech index. Defensive's actually doing well. That's kind of the area that I'm seeing some strength. Basic materials coming down, and you're seeing some financial services kind of hang on here. Let's see if SoFi can pull back, or will we see the XLF go back to the red? Maybe Bank of America, maybe some bigger banks might stand out today. That's standing out to me.
Yeah, Groundhog Day all over again. Right? This is just tech down, everything else up. Go from there. And RSP, right, holding on, barely positive, but positive. A lot of that being led by XLF. So financials up from the close, up from the open. Big leadership there in financials, which are obviously important. We're getting basic materials, and we're also getting bonds, which is interesting to have both the market up and to have bonds up at the same time. That's not what we've been seeing recently. We've been, so
Moderna coming down today. I was thinking this thing could break down a little bit further back down. I might actually short this thing a little bit today on pops. But we already got one bounce to the 136. We'll look to see if we get some further downside action in this name, of course. I think it is a nice short, at least early in the week, and then could maybe come back, right? This has already had its pop. It had another pop, of course, on Friday. So now it could be coming back towards like 120 area is kind of what I see here. We'll see if it can do a little bit of a bounce there so that I can come into it and get short. I would love a bounce up there to 140s. Definitely would love it, but we'll see what happens. Don't want to chase down the 133s. If I did that, I'd have to be in scout mode. So it would just be like quick trade and then look to get out on the trade. We'll see what happens. Looks like it might do a little bit of a wash right here. I'm going to look for the bounce though. I don't want to chase.
First day trade in from USDE. Hangover short taking place there. Just insane from right $1 here to $7. Huge move yesterday. So this one made that short list, and it looks like it's kind of reversing there just a bit. Get rid of UNG, just ripping here, or UNH, sorry. So I was looking at my portfolio, seeing what's moving, but yeah, big pop here on UNH. Nice look there. I was supposed to sell it on the open, but I'm going to hold a bit of this guy. What else? Just looking at things that are bucking the trend, right? CrowdStrike up, even though the whole market's kind of been dragging a bit from the tech side of things, but a little surge off the open there on CrowdStrike. And the Qs, again, they tried there to bounce. Let's go to 1 minute chart so you can see it better. Tried to mount a little 3-4 minute bounce there, couldn't, rolled over and hit new lows. So downtrend here continues in the Qs. The SPY, you can see it's just well above this Thursday low still. So that's really all you need to see to who's the leader, who's the laggard here.
Was looking to see if we'd get some cybersecurity names that kind of hold on today and see the tech software trade hold on. We'll see if that happens. Right now, I'm seeing IGV down, but I'm seeing some tech names holding in here. We'll see if it's able to hold on. Like, let's say a Microsoft, right? I think Microsoft is holding on really well. CrowdStrike, these type of names, right? All right, let's try to take a big trade right here on a pullback buy. I'm in the day trade account, so big cushion account, 200K account.
Okay.
Which I have a huge cushion on this account, so I need to go for one of the big swing ones now. We need bigger money. We need like 60, 80,000 on the swings.
Yeah, I've been hoping for that. We need more. I get it, right? It's a risk thing, but yeah, give me more.
We need more. More power.
All right, so we're there, in and out
More
of
power.
Took that Pinduoduo profit. Get to move on from that. Don't like holding Chinese stuff for too long, but this USDE hangover trades looking like first couple candles were a breakdown there. But yeah, Pinduoduo was sell into the open. Now that it gapped up, and then you get that volatility crush. There's some cash taking place there, so I will take that and move on. Free up the buying power on that guy. Shaw's got 100K for his swing. That's good. That's a good number. SMH now down 3% on the day if you look up here. So semiconductors not doing well. How's the king? Now what's interesting is NVIDIA has a history of running into earnings and then selling off after earnings. Could the fact that we are selling into earnings mean that maybe we are going to reverse that trend finally? If we get a NVIDIA pop here after earnings, that's what I think the market really needs to kind of get going.
A little bit of crowd strike there. We'll see if that can get going back up. Right now, pulling back a little bit there. 9:42, guys. What's going on out there, traders? How we doing in the chat? What's up? What's up? Today's a kind of chill back day for me. You guys will notice it. I'm just waiting for the swing account to go live now, and we'll take it easy, right? Not trying to push, not trying to be like, oh, I need it right now. I need it. I gotta have it. Because I'll just like create more pressure, right? And if I miss some trades today, hey, so be so, right? Take some on the day trade account. Look to see what happens here in Microsoft. MSFU could be a nice little leverage play on the pullback here. We'll look to see if it pushes right back up here. But it's going to need IGV, right? It's going to need something to go green there. In tech, it's just been a tech washout here. Washout. SPY heading to new lows, Q's heading to new lows, and new lows, you got to go, they say. But one thing I am seeing today break, Michael, is the energy trade. Energy trade breaking down. Chevron. Let's take a look here. XOM. So I'm pulling back a little bit there. I am seeing energy down today, a decent amount out the gates here. Let's see if it
it's weird. We have
to play in.
Yeah, we have energy down and we have bonds up, and yet we still can't get the Qs to do anything. Just it's wild to me. This generally not how that works, right? You generally get some sort of a move when either of those good things happen. All right, so we'll trade there. Oh, thanks, man. Shah saying he saw my video on NVIDIA. Appreciate it.
There you go.
But yeah, nice. So on looking here on the SPY, you can see drifting down still. Nowhere near the Qs, 1.2% down. The SPY is just, it's digging in here. But we just need, we're getting some Trump tweets. He's angry at Canada, I guess, again. I was hoping that the happy guy.
He's been been real angry at you guys. He gave you guys 50% tariffs. He said, "Forget you guys."
Yeah, since this whole thing started, I've noticed no change to my life in any way, shape, or form. It's going to probably be more of the same.
Don't you guys import though? Don't you guys import everything, right?
Well, not everything. Depends, right? The difference is we make most of our money by selling to you guys. So now we're just selling to China. Right? It's like if you don't
Mexico,
want
right?
Yeah, if you don't want our lumber, we can just ship it over to China. If you don't want our minerals, fine. We'll take them over to China. Yep. But that's the main worry is that we do we are an export based economy.
You can't be mad at me, guys. I tried to give you guys the insight, at least on this trade here. What is leading the market today? Consumer defensive. Up 1.28 from the gates here. Packaged food, wineries, grocery stores, confectioners, food distribution, soft drinks, of course, your Coca-Cola. Take a look at your Oatly as one of those high flyers in this space. Let's go trade Oatly today. All right, this is how I find trades, guys. Cocoa, Vita Coco. Who likes a cocoa water?
Ugh, yuck.
Monster. Gross. What about Monster, dude? With a split.
Yeah, that's
2-for-1 split. You could be buying it right now at $49, right? KDP, right? I talked about these names this morning for a reason. Pepsi up now 0.5%, right? So I talked about how this could have been a trade right out the gates. This is how you play sometimes the easy play. The easy play today looked like tech was coming down and you could be playing into defensives. I know it's not a common trade. I know it's not something that you look at all the time, guys, but you definitely could have been able to nail this one. And that's what it's all about, right? Understanding where the areas of trading are going to be and what flavor of ice cream are you trading today, right?
A little
Know your
pop there
ice
in the
cream.
SPY.
Know your ice
Little
cream,
pop in the
guys.
SPY. Nothing big.
Celsius is another trade that's been doing well too. That's one that I might jump into right now. That has volume and I can scalp it.
So yeah, we're getting a pretty big pop in the SPY and we're getting nothing in the Qs. So this is just RSP, new high a day. Let's go take a look at just breadth indications as a whole. More new highs than new lows. Advancing versus declining is pretty split. So if you take a look here, you can see it's like with the whole one of these things, not like the other. So here's the SPY trying to bounce here. Here's NASDAQ right at the lows. Here's the Russell trying to bounce. And there's the Dow at new high day. So very much tech bad. Everything else all right. Everything else is doing just fine. So we just need to focus. If you're looking to short, you know the areas to focus on. If you're looking to buy, you need to focus on that as well. Here's the RSP, right? Breaking to new highs as we're talking. So the average large cap stock is breaking new highs and the Q's trying to dig in here. So was that a bit of a low? I don't know. We've got a huge way to get back to this pre-market low. That's at 707. We're down here at 704. And on the SPY, that's the pre-market low. So we're already getting a little bit above this pre-market low on the SPY. That could be a little bit maybe of a dip and rip. I don't know. I'm more inclined to think so. That, right, I don't trust the sell-offs. I don't trust the rallies, that type of thing, until we're done with NVIDIA earnings. And then maybe we can take a look at that kind of thing, right? But it's not a... Looking at the portfolio, the stuff that's up is like the weirdest stuff in the world for me. What's an OPLN? OPLN. What is this thing? Open lane. Okay.
Open lane. Dude, you didn't know the new trend? You just put open in front of everything.
You got open lanes and open doors and open this and open that.
Yep, that's it. Open AI. Open code. Whatever you want to name, right? You name it, dude.
Just yelling at my AI for a second here. To get back to work. That seems to be the job now. Every now and then you gotta open up your AI and say, "Hey, what are you doing? Get back to work." So SPY's still digging in here. We're still bouncing. So this line I have here, this is the pre-market low that we're doing pretty good on. So let's see if we can continue there. And because this line, so this is I call it 763 on the nose. That's the zone that we're fighting here. And if we can continue to fight there and we can continue to dig in, then I think that's perfect. But that's what everyone I think is looking for here. Is can we just hold in strong here for any period of time? Can we stop the bleeding on the Qs? And if we can stop the bleeding on the Qs, then everything else can kind of continue. But yeah, just still huge relative underperformance of tech, which for the long term, I think this is the most bullish scenario that we can have, right? I know it's not fun for the short term, but if you think about it for the long term, well, the fact that the whole, just wait till the AI trade stops crowd, Well, we've had the AI trade stop and nothing bad has really happened. We're just a little bit, we're just down a little bit. Not a huge amount. We're down a little bit on the SPY. Like, what's the actual? Let me get the actual number. What's the drawdown from all-time highs? 2%. Right? Near nothing. That's like one day, one good day of price action, maybe after NVIDIA, who knows. But the fact that we can do that, and we can have the whole AI complex just stop and then everything can do fine, I'm cool with that. I'll take that. I don't know what the next thing will be, because that was the last perma bear
Microsoft,
thing.
guys. Microsoft looks great here, guys. So I like the look there. I'm trying to get in some of it. I already took some of it. I'm trying to take some all around here and trying to get more infrastructure here. So I'm willing to take it here. And I'm going to go big. Let's go.
So
Ooh, too big.
starting to push back lower here on the SPY. So we're getting close, I think, to the moment of truth, in which we need to. There we go. Right. So we had the bounce. We hit that pre-market low. Now we're starting to pull back. So if we hold the low of the day and we can start to kind of curl and drift higher, that's the positive outcome, right? We had the bounce, we had the pullback, we held that low, great. If we roll back over and we break to new lows, then it's potentially just a trend day lower, and that is more worst case scenario for things that we want to see. And yeah, so let's just keep an eye on these lows right here. And then if we take a look here on the Qs, you can see the Qs are right at that low. So the bounce was way less. The roll down was way quicker, just over and over and over again, right? Here comes the Qs trying to dig in again. So we undercut that low.
Microsoft there. 100 shares of Microsoft, and I got 600 of CrowdStrike. I want to add a little bit more of Microsoft, but big amount in CrowdStrike there. Taking a shot now.
Good. Well, I hope you're right, because I'm in CrowdStrike too. So I'm in a first swing. Not a bad one to be. So hope you're right there. Taking a look here.
That one's willing to add some more Microsoft at 485 and try to let it work now. Try to let it come back. And software application and infrastructure is really what I'm looking for. So I'd start to look for also a name like PanW to get going here. Salesforce looking good. That's one that I've been talking about making a comeback. Talked about this daily trend that it wants to get to. So Salesforce looks good, guys. It's been trying to make its way back there towards like 227. Slow grind up. Earnings coming in on Wednesday. So don't miss that one for sure.
Yeah, still not seeing anything from the news feed from Walter. Like we had the wake up, a yell at Canada, and then away we go. That was it. That's just that one shot. I don't know, back to bed. Houthis claim they targeted Saudi oil tanker in Red Sea. Oil reacting off that? No, not really. Not really. So all we care about now seems to be NVIDIA, whether or not that happens. So I will likely be selling puts into this NVIDIA earnings, just because they generally price in like a 7 or 8% expected move, and there's usually like a 2% expected move. So it's often big deal. If we do ever have a 7% down day on NVIDIA, something has gone bad. That would be huge, because we have it's such a large market component. It's just a huge deal for the whole market. NVIDIA, you're talking, what is the 5% or so, I think, on the SPY, and probably upwards to 10% on the Qs is just NVIDIA. I can show you how to do this one. So QQQ holdings. And the beauty is they have to list it. So NVIDIA, 8 to 8.5% on the Qs. Wow. And on the SPY, NVIDIA, still it's 8% of the SPY too. So you think about it, those are your two major indexes, and just call it 10% for rounding sake. It's a big deal. This is why everybody focuses on NVIDIA earnings, not necessarily because they care about NVIDIA at all, but because that's 10% of your market is reporting earnings. And with that, that doesn't even include the whole trickle down effect. It doesn't include that, if NVIDIA isn't making money, a lot of the AI stuff happens.
We got lift off.
What are you looking at? What
CrowdStrike, baby. I got you, Michael. Let's go, baby. Good. We got lift off.
Yeah,
That's what you want to see in the red to green trade, right, Michael? Like look at the action there, right? A lot of wicks on the bottom end of this 15-minute, right off the support. It gets really close to breaking down, but doesn't. And essentially, what does that do? It increases risk to return. It minimizes the risk, increases your reward if it goes on the upside break, right? The opening action got us up to 195.50s. Think about if you're getting down there 191s or 190s, you're risking 50 cents to $1.50 for a $4 or $5 gain just on the high of the day, right? Let alone if it breaks that. Then you can get into your 6 to 1, 7 to 1 outlook, 10 to 1 outlooks. I don't know about you guys, but if I can do that, I don't have to worry about trading because I don't have to be so accurate, right? I can just pretty much throw a dartboard and see if it sticks.
Well, and the relative outperformance here is just kind of clear as day, right? Look at CrowdStrike trying to move there at the same time the Qs are just farting around lows. Qs can't get
Microsoft holding well.
So the beauty and I guess to go to especially new people, the reason we look for relative strength is it's kind of like CrowdStrike is moving in spite of the Qs, not because of the Qs. Now, all of a sudden, if the Qs continue, if the Qs were to bounce here, well, now you've got this headwind turn to a tailwind, and then imagine what happens to your position. That's why we're always hunting for relative strength. And same thing on the downside, right? If the Qs was ripping today and you wanted to short something and you picked the weakest stock out there, well, imagine what happens if the Qs rolled over a bit. So if we get a bounce here, which kind of looks like might be going on, I don't want to jinx anything, but maybe a little double bottom action there in the Qs, and we start to bounce just a little bit, well, just imagine what would happen to a CrowdStrike. Imagine what would happen to some of these other positions if these things continue. We got
there you guys see
NVIDIA dip.
In Microsoft, I added to Microsoft. Now I got 486.08, so I'm near this kind of a scalp look. But I'm going to scalp Microsoft and try to ride CrowdStrike a little bit longer. So there it is. Now it's a nice little rip towards the 487 here. As it gets above the 47s, I'm willing to go ahead and add even a little bit more. Just keep trailing it back up there to the 48s. Let's see if the Qs can come back to unchanged on the open. That would be a real good sign here for us, but we'll see what happens there. Big thing I'd look at is more IGV recovers open. That's the first sign. And then we'll look to see if it pops to 104. And there's the nice little pop there. Now above the 487. So pullbacks back down into the prior resistance. I'm willing to go ahead and add on. I'm going to put a bid right here at the 487 for a nice little addition, 25 shares if I get it. If not, scalping it there up already about 190. Looking for like 500 on this trade, and then we're going to go ahead and see what happens here. Let's see if we can get that and make some money. Let's go. Just got that pullback fill. Now we're going to look to see if we can get another push right back up.
Yeah, Tax asking about the NVIDIA. Probably like a 190. I think that's what you put. I mean, 190 seems to be just a massive level for NVIDIA. So I was just, let me look here now and see what the 190. I'm not going to do it yet. I'm going to wait until earnings. But if you do NVIDIA, Oh, no, that's the hedged. We have something called CDRs up here for some of these companies instead of ADRs, which are just dollar hedged. So you don't need to worry about it, but I just trade the underlying. So if you go to, let's just go, I don't know, 30 days out, and then you look at the puts. So I think I can do this without doxing myself. And then
Try
you go
not to.
look and you say, okay, well, what are the 90s? That's $3 a contract. So those are the September contracts. So that's $3 per share at the 190 strike. So $300 for every 18,000 in buying power. So basically, the bet that me and Tack are talking about is simply, if you take a look at the NVIDIA chart, how important this 190 level seems to be for it, right? And that's roughly 5% or so away from the current price. And on average, the move seems to be 3% ish. You're just basically saying, you're just making a bet saying, if it doesn't get below 190, then I'm going to make money. And then if it does, then I'm basically buying NVIDIA at 187. And that's just what I've kind of committed to, is that I'm getting a 187 fill for NVIDIA. And do I think that's a decent fill in the long run? So there's your couple options. One, it gaps up, you make all your money. The other, it gaps down, you just wait a bit, you'll make all the money. The other is that it gaps down a lot and you are forced to buy it at 187. That's the underlying risk for these particular trades. And it's going to happen like 10% of the time, 5 to 10% of the time. You're going to get a horrible kind of disaster print and you're going to get those 187 and you're just going to have to deal with it. And then so this is why they always say, if you're going to do stuff like this, you do it on companies that you're not going to be super mad if you have to own for a while, because either you sell it and you just realize a huge loss against it, or you just own NVIDIA. And if you want to generate more income off it, you sell calls on it or something like that. But that's what you're committing to by selling the put, saying, I will buy NVIDIA right here for 187 if it gets print right here. And based off the delta that's sitting right there, the market is pricing in a roughly 20% chance that happens. So that's the game plan. I'm not going to do it yet. I'm going to wait a little bit and I will do it when earnings are just a little bit closer. Someone's trading S dot. Is this thing back in play? What's the S dot? Yeah, huge surge there. What a chart. What a weird looking chart. Slowly drift from $30 down to like 7, 8, and then just rip back to $30. Wild chart. If you're playing it well, congratulations. What a move. Semiconductors now down 3.5%. Qs, I jinxed us again by saying it looked like it was going to try to bounce there. We are back to lows, whereas the SPY is still hanging around. Remember, this blue line is the pre-market level right in here. Yeah, I see your poor man's cover call, but basically, again, if you're selling a put, you don't have that option. if they're going to assign you, they're just going to assign you, and you just have to own the shares, and then figure out what to do with it then, right? So some people will just go and just take that as the one time out of 10 that they're gonna take a big loss and just continue to move on. Some people will just look at it and say, okay, well, let's watch it trade for a bit, see if I can trade it to the position or something like that. But again, that is the risk that you are buying that. Gold is pulling back just a little bit here with the market. It's weird to see gold move with the market and not against it. So we're down at lows here for gold, but there's a big gap. Remember, gold doesn't gap. It's just this particular instrument just kind of opens and closes, but a little bit of a pullback there on that. Qs, again, I don't want to jinx us, but what a triple low. Triple lows are rare as hen's teeth, but are we getting some buying happening in this area? And do we have anything that we care about today? No. Treasury security Besant speech at 2 my time. So that would be 1 Eastern. So pay attention to that. That is the guy who's trying to defend the bond market with both of his fists. You see that quote on the weekend, Mitch, that Trump's going to use the military to defend the bond market? I
You
don't
know
know.
how
It's
it
like
goes, my friend.
I listened to it for a second and I'm like, did he get confused between between that and Iran, please?
No, he was
Please,
taking a bottle-sized shot at the moment, so he didn't understand what was going on.
because they're asking, they're like, well, the first question was, did you tell Besant to intervene with the bond market? And he said no, of course. Right, whether or not that's the truth, who knows? But then the other one was, yeah, what are you going to do? To defend? He's like, I got all options available to defend the bond market, including the military. And everyone's like, what? Like what?
What? What?
You gonna send them to the floor and just tell people to buy? Like what are you? How? So everyone was just hoping it was just one of those, like, he's just in his head thinking that they're asking him about something else. I'm like, please, I don't know how you're gonna do it, but Besant says he can't control what's driving yields. Uh-oh. That's not what we want you to say. We want you to say the other thing. I want you to say, oh yeah, this is all under control. But yeah, bonds continue to rally here. I'm very interested in just owning bonds. I just think there's a world, like, look at TLT overall from, let's go to like a weekly chart. Just been like absolutely hammered, right? And this obviously is because the Fed had increased rates and a lot of those things. But I think, when the most powerful dude in the world makes it abundantly clear that he wants this line to go up, at some point you just have to just buy it with him and hope that that he can actually do the thing that he obviously wants to do. And it's, and when he says he's going to use the military in which to do it, part of me is like, man, am I just dumb not taking some of my net worth and putting it into bonds? Worst case scenario, like, something bad's gonna, like, I don't know what bad could possibly happen, but finance is just ripping today, about to at all-time highs, about to hit new all-time highs on XLF. What about KRE? What about the little guys? Little guys participating? Yeah, nice little bounce here in KRE. So grab your banks. So I guess I finished my bond thing. Remember, there's TMF, which is a 3x, right? So if you look at that bond market, you say, well, there's not enough juice there, even if we get back to all-time highs, which would take forever. That's a 50% move. Then you can do something like this, where you're going to get a little bit more action, obviously, to the up and the downside, right? So there's no free lunch in these leverage things. So if you're right, you're going to make a bunch. If you're wrong, you're going to get hammered. So it's what's going to happen. But a lot of this could be, I see someone talking about how the other countries are looking to sell bonds.
They're trying to bring the dollar down, right?
Well, that's right. If Japan, for example, gets mad, if Canada gets mad, right, the largest holder of T-bills are other countries. So if people go through and say, okay, we're upset with your trade deal stuff, and they start selling bonds go down, rates go up. And that's, I guess, if for the people who don't know, it's not about that he cares about the bond prices. Bond prices are inverse to yields. Bond prices go up, yields go down, right? Yields go down, bond prices go up. And the concern is the yield, in which if the yield is very high, then when you have to issue new bonds, you have to pay higher on those bonds, and more of the money that your country makes is allocated to paying down debt as opposed to anything else, right? So there's all these reasons that higher rates are bad, especially for the government, because the government has a lot of debt. So the higher those rates are, the harder it is to deal with that debt. So that's the main battle. And the question is, do you believe he's got the ability to do it? Because if so, then there might be a little bet to take there. TLT or SMH just basing right here at lows. So semiconductors are still having a bit of a rough time. Same with the Qs, right? We're right here at this triple low, just flirting that we're going to push down underneath it with no more economic anything. Again, we have the Treasury Secretary talking at 1. That could be something. I just don't see anything that's gonna lift spirits here. And with the SPY hanging out near the low of Thursday's action, this is kind of threatening to go with it. And below that, it's kind of 760, which is the high end of this range right here. That to me is just that's healthy market action if we hold it. And we broke all-time highs. We're pulling back to retest those all-time highs. If we can dig in there and push higher, that's great. But that's a big if right now. It's a lot of people looking bummed out there. That's for sure.
Oh yeah.
I think everyone was hoping for a weekend taco. We didn't get it. Bitcoin sentiment is turning higher. I didn't look at that. How is the coins? How are they doing today? I bet. What's really interesting is how well Bitcoin's been doing despite. Ooh, that's interesting. So Bitcoin sold off early with the market, but now just broke a high of the day. That's an interesting little look here. Let's show you guys the actual underlying instrument. Oh, it's about to break highs here. Little bull flag breakout here in Bitcoin. We're going to see the same, looking like a little bull flag breakout here in Ethereum across the board. Most of those things generally are going to move together, but Ethereum's looking strong, Bitcoin's looking strong. Again, these looking strong at the same time that we have the Qs breaking down to new lows. That to me is the most interesting thing. Seeing them inverse like that, usually what happens is you just have a huge move in crypto, and that's the same move that you have in equities or in risk assets anyway. But seeing them diverge like that is something I think we need to kind of sit up and take notice with a little bit.
Microsoft coming back. CrowdStrike did cut me out there. I'm staying with Microsoft now and trying to just ride that one out. So we'll look to kind of ride out Microsoft for the time being, as it seems like that one wants to be the one that wants to win for me. I'll take the shot on that one.
Yeah, what are we? It looks like it's all up to NVIDIA, right? Is NVIDIA going to come save us here? Look, we're holding that support. There is some power that be has decided that is the area. That is the line in the sand. That is where they're going to put their foot down and buy the Qs. Can they hold it for any length of time? I have no idea. But that's digging in really, really, really strong. So let's watch that. Set some alerts down there. If we dig in, we dig in. Right? I jinxed it again. I gotta stop talking about it. Just jinxed it again. Same with the SPY. All right, well above the low in comparison, but the bounce is not looking super strong the way it was. RSP is even selling back here a little bit. XLF new highs though. They love the banks.
Yeah.
Hurrah, banks.
Early. right? JPM. I said it was a nice little looking trade out the gates here. Bank of America. SoFi is holding on. Let's see if it wakes up. I know I like Visa and MasterCard today. Those look good. Morgan Stanley coming back there. How's the Saks? Not really playing in today. More your big banks.
Was it more the Bank of Americas, that kind of thing? Yeah, that's more of what we're seeing there.
Yeah, global bank. See, little smaller banks not doing too bad either. So. Oatly, get your Oatly. Someone passed me a Celsius. It's been a long weekend. At least I got a vacation next week. It's all you next week, Michael. It's all you, dude. All you. You get to run the show.
Oh man, I'm gonna just be talking so much nerd stuff. There's nothing anyone
So
can
much
do to stop
nerd
me.
stuff. Get ready, guys. Guys, go get a pair of glasses for next week. You're gonna need them.
Get your calculators, your pocket protectors.
Get your protractors out.
Yeah, get a.
You remember using those,
cubes.
Michael?
Yes.
Protractor to make a circle, dude.
The amount of things that were just useless like that
Forced
was just
to
crazy
use to
me.
learn, and then you'd
Yeah,
make the
like
hole
when
in the
in-
paper too. You'd like stab
when
it.
in my life I gotta draw this circle. Oh yeah, those were like I bet. I wonder if they even give those to
Those
kids
were
anymore,
dangerous,
'cause
bro. Those are
were
dangerous,
weapons, man. That thing was
I
sharp.
know. I kept it in my
You-
pocket
you-
like a weapon, Michael.
Yeah, you could just anyone mess with you. It's like, don't worry, I got a protractor.
I got a
on me, right?
protractor, bro. Watch out. Watch out.
Yeah,
Stick that protractor underneath the lunch table, you know.
remember when I'm just seeing on my feed here the NVIDIA earnings. Remember when they used to have bars?
Send some kids and overdosed and died on Celsius. It's never been the same. Of course, you know. They take out the good stuff.
Oh, I'm just sad that I missed the whole Four Loco craze. I heard
Four
stories
Loco, dude.
the
My God,
insanity you guys have down
There was nothing like the challenge of four Locos.
Isn't that like 30 beers or something like that worth of
You
of
have
booze?
no idea, Michael. I put it this way: I never
good.
completed the challenge, but I had some friends that did. Let's just say I probably made it to the third one, but once you get to the third one, it even starts tasting bad. That's how you know you're really hammered. The Four Loco life, man. Oh man, I remember when those came out.
It's wild. That's why you guys build all the cool stuff, but you're also insane. It's like we just
Cocoa.
would never allow that stuff, right?
Cocoa has been the banger of coconut water. I agree, Crow. That's been one of the best ones to invest in. I remember when this first came out because this was back when I was managing 7-Elevens out there, and Cocoa was just coming out, and it wasn't as popular as it was. I mean, now looking back, I'm like, man, should I have invested in this coconut water? Because, Michael, we're talking about this thing opened up at $16. Yeah, it went down out the gates, but came back roaring like we always talk about, that anchored VWAP for IPOs. You would have bought that through even the IPO high, right? 16. I mean, you're now talking $64, $82. That cocoa turned into gold.
Damn.
That cocoa, I don't know what was in that coconut water, but it was good. That's for sure. And then what happens is this company probably gets bought out by some bigger supplier or distributor. And the next thing
That's
you know,
usually the goal,
boom.
right? Do you want to spend your life completing with Coca-Cola, or do you just want to?
That's what Celsius did.
Yeah, you make enough of a dent that they go, okay, shut up. Here's your money. Go away.
You've taken enough of our money. We're gonna take your product now.
Yeah, and
That's
we're just
what
gonna
it
get
is.
it back.
Yeah,
right? We're just, you know,
The other way
we'll
around.
make we'll do the distribution, we'll do the blah blah blah, and we're just going to make the money that you're taking from us back, and that's the goal for the company. Because, you know, do you want to spend your whole day just fighting uphill when it comes to trying to beat up, you know, these, you know, beat up Coke, or do you just want to play ball, play along? It's a little bit older tweet, I guess, but I guess he's tacoing some on Canada already. It's gone from
Already.
50% on everything to just 50% on cars, trucks, and automotive parts. So that's a complete different beast. It's a little bit old, but I don't know. Maybe a softening of the trade, a little bit of a softening there.
Uh-oh. Going tacoing.
Like, someone's just got to wake him up, and the first thing you do is, when he wakes up, is just show him where the market is. Say, listen, if you want to say anything angry, just wait a bit, wait for us to close down.
Just he should have a technical analyst, right? That just tells him, like, okay, now.
Yeah.
Now release the tweet.
We're about to hit resistance. All right, real bullish tweet, go.
Real bullish.
All right. Punch us through. Come on. Let's get the short covered. Okay, now you can say something bad now that we're up a bunch. The market won't care as much because we're ripping. The Qs, man, I feel like if we fail here, then I'm definitely the problem. But we're getting close. We've now like 3, maybe 4 distinct touches of this same 703 low again and again and again, and starting to drift a little higher. SPY starting to drift a little higher. RSP is going as well. So somebody, the powers that be, they used to call it the plunge protection team, has decided that 703 is the area to defend here on the Qs, right? 1, 2, 3, 4. That zone is the zone to look at. So that's where they've decided, okay, we're gonna dig in there, and if we can finally break this resistance at like 704, 705, maybe we can start to go and get back to a VWAP or something like that. But there's some amount of power that has taken place to say, okay, we got to hold this floor. We got to dig in here.
Total.
Let's see.
All I got to say is fact set research, Michael. I'm going to keep telling you it until it's like 100% gainer. Just keeps driving up, Michael. I can't take it yet still. That fact set. Coin will go with it. Did Michael freeze? No, he's just very quiet.
Did I freeze?
No, you're just very quiet.
I'm looking for something. Like, I'm just scanning through.
It's one of those days, dude, where, let's just put it this way. I'm definitely getting our education ready to go.
Yeah. Good.
It's one of those days, right?
Well, and you know, you can just see it in the action on the Qs, right? You can see we had that opening range, kind of a sell. We'll switch to like a 5-minute chart here. And then so far, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 5-minute candles just right inside this area. And then the SPY, we had that opening 15-minute drive lower. And now the rest of the day, we've been sitting inside of that range. NVIDIA, obviously, is going to be the big thing that everyone cares about. Also, I think we need to focus on Bassett a bit. And is he going to come out, and if he just comes out, like, screams into the microphone that he's going to defend bond prices at all costs, that's going to be good. He did it before. It was very small. It was very close. He didn't do it for long. But remember, was it Wednesday or Thursday last week? He said, they were buying back enough bonds, trying to send a signal, I think is the main thing, right? He's trying to send a signal that, yes, they will
But
defend
we're
the
okay.
price. Right. Yeah, it's fine. We can just buy bonds and everything will be fine. Just don't worry about it, guys.
Everything's fine.
I don't think we really.
Don't worry about the money spending.
Well, that's the big thing. Is like everyone wants lower debt prices, but no one wants to stop incurring debt.
Stop spending, right? It's like, dude, one of the things you could do is just maybe just not go start a new war.
Yeah. Shrink military spending ever so slightly, and then that pays for the difference in
No,
the debt.
and no, you know what you do is you spend the most you've ever done in defense, and then you ask for more.
Yeah. And
That's what they just did. They just asked for more. They said we're running out of ammunition. We need more. That's what what's happening here. It's we need more money. We need more money to spend. Well, that doesn't sound really good.
So, you need to. The only ways out are to grow the economy fast enough that you outgrow the debt.
Yeah.
You increase revenue by taxing people more, or you decrease spending. That is the only ways out of having lots of debt. So I think what Trump is after is, well, if I can lower interest rates enough, then yeah, we still have all the debt, but it's not costing us as much anymore. It's like, you have, say if you have a ton of debt on your house and, the interest rate drops to like 0%, you still owe all that money on your house, but all of a sudden it gets much easier to make a mortgage payment when it's lower, right?
Easier indeed, guys. All right. We'll see what happens out there. It's that type of day. Boom, boom, boom. I'll let you guys know as soon as I got some education up. We'll get to some education here. Gonna dive into some we'll talk about some MACD today.
The old MACD. That's an oldie but a goodie. Like in the 70s people were using.
Yeah.
And then you got any Linda Rashke. Any mentions there? She's the MACD queen.
I'm pretty sure
She's got
she'll be in it
couple
then.
systems. Like most trend following indicators, it's going to be lagging, but that's all trend following is going to be lagging in some respects. But in a bunch of systems I use anyway, for a nice one. Are we breaking out on Bitcoin? Look here.
All right. I'll be right back, guys.
Yeah. We're going. Let me bring this over here. We'll do no, let's do actual Bitcoin on this chart. There's the 30-minute chart. So that includes all the weekend data. Nice push up here. It's just, you can see this. Resistance was up here around 80K. A lot of people were looking to take profits in that 80K area. And now we're getting through it. We're trying anyway. So the question is, what is next? So the downtrend line is broken. This purple line, let me position this. There we go. This pink line is interesting because that is the anchored VWAP from all-time highs in you are essentially this line. This is your average price. You see every time it's hit that line, it's reversed pretty dramatically off of that. So what we have to ask ourselves is this time different? Are we going to break through that zone on Bitcoin this kind of one last time, and that gets us back up into the 90s or the 100K range? A lot of people have been betting against it, and they've been betting against it for a long period of time. This is what Bitcoin does. It does a whole lot of absolutely nothing, boring action, try not to fall asleep, and then every now and then it just rips out of the blue. I don't know if, we're getting back, but also, right, make sure that's the Bitcoin chart, but you can also trade it with like MSTR, maybe this guy. uh, I full disclosure, I bought some of this. I wish I had bought obviously way more, but I bought some of this, and I showed the tweet on air here. I told you guys, why I was buying it and when. And it was essentially because everyone hated him. Bitcoin was moving. Everybody hates this guy. Everybody hates Michael Saylor, and I get it, right? I wouldn't want to hang out with him either. The whole sell your kidney to buy Bitcoin. Meanwhile, he's out there in his company selling Bitcoin. He's an annoying individual. I certainly get it. And so I bought some of that. Same with BMNR. I wish I did. I didn't. I have to whisper this because my wife's still home, but her retirement account is in a lot of this and Ethereum, which she has not been happy with for a long period of time. She's starting to get happy with it now. Same thing, right? These are going to be leveraged-ish Bitcoin plays because they're going to be buying more and more of this crypto on the way up. Like we saw with MicroStrategy, on the way down, he's going to have to sell some to raise cash. The reason I've had, I put so much of her stuff in Ethereum is I just think if Bitcoin's going to rip, Ethereum's going to be like a silver to Bitcoin's gold, right? If we have, if Bitcoin's the gold play, it's the safer one, all of that kind of stuff. Ethereum is going to rip as well. So where if Bitcoin gets to its all-time highs, that move is going to be roughly 50%. If Ethereum gets to its all-time highs, that move is a double. So my game plan has been, if this long-term chart on Ethereum is interesting to me. That's why, again, I've been buying in this area for a long time, has been working. But if you look at this one, this range right here, if we break that, that's like a big range to potentially explode higher. Like this is 2021 way back here. So we hit it in 2021. We hit it in 2024. We hit it in 2025. So if we ever get through, like it's basically called 5,000 even, then do you get a move to 7,500? Do you get a move to 10,000? Do you get something like that as well? Whereas with Bitcoin, it's just the chart looks good, but not as good. And it's going to be less volatile, therefore less money when you're right and less losing money when you're wrong. That's just how it's got to work. You have that, you're playing that volatile play. Now, I think you can play these bigger coins. I haven't even looked at Solana in months, but Solana might be the same thing. You could take a look at that. That's a decent looking chart there. You could say, hey, if it gets through to double to get to where it is before, that's 200%. So just think of it like a risk curve. You've got Bitcoin, which is your least risky. It's just more established, more people know about it. So you're going to make less when you're right. You're going to lose less when you're wrong. Ethereum is going to be a little bit more risky. So you're going to make a little bit more when you're right. You're going to lose a little bit more if you're wrong. Solana, it's going to be the same thing again. So it's just where do you want to live on the risk curve? That's personal preference. And like Crow's saying, there's a lot of these leveraged ETFs, right? There's XXRP for double Ripple. There's BitX. BITX is your double Bitcoin. ETHU, I think, is your double Ethereum. SOLT, it's your double Solana. Just lots of different ways to express this particular trade across like all of these different potential names. The leveraged actual instruments are great trading vehicles. They're not things that I like holding for incredibly long periods of time. So that's why when I was thinking about this, I was saying, okay, well, Ethereum is something that I think I could hold for. There's not going to be like a degradation that happens. something like BMNR becomes interesting because these guys are trying to make income off the crypto. They're obviously just going to move with the crypto itself. There's no way Ethereum goes down and BMNR goes up, but they're trying to generate some sort of yield off their cryptocurrency. That's what makes them different. I don't know. It didn't work on the way down. It's working great on the way up. They're going to be heroes in bull markets. They're going to be villains in bear markets. So when it comes to equities, I've chosen these. When it comes to just the actual currency itself, I just bought that. I didn't buy Ethereum. I bought the ETHA. Yeah, the iShares Ethereum Trust. So that's what she's in there is ETHA. I think her average price is around 20. So I was not I've just been buying like in this zone. I think her average, probably 20s. So I was not the most popular guy here. I'm starting to become the most popular guy again, but it was just kind of as it was pulling back, just throw in a little bit, throwing a little bit, right? Long term, years, right? This is retirement account stuff, right? This isn't trying to make money to buy something. This is, I think that a certain amount of my net worth as a human being should be in crypto. Call it regret minimization, call it whatever you want. I think it just makes sense that I have a certain quantity of my net worth exists in the crypto space, call it like 5%. Just in case, if it all goes to zero and you lose 5% of your, if I'm wrong, then you lose 5% of your net worth. If Bitcoin or crypto throughout the next couple of years doubles or triples or quadruples, right, you're making 10, 20, 30% of your net worth on top of that. So yeah, the Qs I'm looking here. So we finally broke out of this range that we've been watching all day to the upside. Great. We're getting back to kind of this middle zone. SPY leading the charge. RSP, not so much. So this feels like a little bit more of a tech bounce. We're getting that push. So where's our actual XLK? And you see, yeah, that's the bounce. That almost looks like the Qs, but you take a look at XLV. Yeah, it's coming down a little bit. You take a look at XLF, coming down a little bit. So maybe we're getting some stabilization here in tech. Maybe we're going to get some kind of reversal in tech. I noticed my CrowdStrike is back up on the day. It's been just going from down to up on the day, but I like that it's been sitting around flat on the day while the rest of the market has been bleeding. This has been holding up pretty well so far for the day. Taking a look. I bought whatever INBX was today. INBX. It's not here. Not on that one. INBX. Yeah. That had a pretty decent pullback. Just checking on that. Biotechs really got kind of smoked there off the open. I don't know what that's about, but had a bad open. Trying to dig in here as well. Across the board, we're just seeing more and more of this, right? IWM, rough open, trying to bounce. Turnaround, maybe. Rumble has been making moves. Rum. Oh, yeah? Their news on that guy? I still have this one that I talked about with you guys for my socialism fund. Did great on Friday. Now, careful, not a lot of volume. This is the day that we were talking about, what, the 13th. There was some Trump news. I remember with this, there as a family, they were dumping a bunch of money into it or something. And I had just bought it throughout the day. I think my average price is around here, around like the 450s ish. And yeah, it did nothing for a long period of time. And then it busted out here into the 550s. So knock on wood. I kind of like this. Oh, that's not the real chart. It's one of those I found out what they did like well after I bought it. It's kind of like my Intel play, right? My Intel play was just buying it because the administration was interested in buying it. Same thing I'm thinking about with bonds. And if Basson comes out and starts saying that he's gonna rip bonds, then I got a bunch of cash kicking around. Maybe I put it into bonds. I earn a yield while things move. But I kind of liked how this is just obliterate it. It's a SPAC that de-SPACed from all-time highs. It's down 98, 99%. So maybe out of the blue, with the administration involvement, it gets one of these like crazy pops. Right? It just rips back up to this close or something like that. It's a small position, obviously, right? You're not betting the house on something weird like that, but very low volume. Just be very, very careful if you're looking at it. The two shorts on the go still is this BRLS, where nothing's really happening, and short this UDSE, up a little bit on it, but nothing's really happening there either. SMH bouncing, Q's continuing now down less than 1%. So we were down, I believe, like 1.5% on the lows. So recovering somewhat. Let's pay attention. With semiconductors bouncing, that's a little bit interesting there. Crowd just flipped back to negative again. This thing just can't get. That hasn't moved. But it looks good, right? The chart looks good. This isn't an intraday trade. This is a swing trade. This is oversold. I'm looking for just a quick bounce on them. I'm short Palantir with Burry. Sadly blocked you. You got Michael Burry to block you on Twitter. That's awesome. I would print that off, like him blocking me. I'd be proud of that. Like TM. Yeah, that'd be a badge of honor. I don't know what happened to it. No, I think I don't know. They're working on stuff, top men and all that. So we're short Palantir, PLTR. Ooh, okay. Looks like she's bouncing pretty hard here. It's an interesting looking. I don't know. Looks bull flaggy to me. What do I know? I still have my software. IGV kind of looks exactly like that, to be honest. Makes sense. Probably a big component holding in it. So I was looking at the rum news. What was that going on? People are saying it's moving. Daily chart actually looks really strong here. They switched from kind of understanding that they were an awful video sharing company, right? Last I read they were going to do, I don't know, payment processing or something like that. Oh no, AI services. So, Rumble Group signs $13.7 billion AI deal with US based cloud client. So just like anyone, they're like, you know what? It's really hard to compete with YouTube. So let's just be an AI company. And I don't know, did that announcement come right here? That would make sense if that announcement kind of came right here. You would have to have, I would imagine, I don't know how these things really work, but you would have to have some amount of understanding of, cloud infrastructure, server tech, like that type of thing, some sort of amount of GPUs to host a video sharing streaming place. Again, I'd imagine a lot of that's got to be done on location. So it's like, okay, well, now that they have that, maybe from there we just end up, they're like, screw it, be an AI company. It's worked for all of these blockchain places, right? like Riot, right? Riot was one of the first to jump ship and say we're no longer a Bitcoin miner. We are now a AI company. Mara, Hive. That's what I was thinking. I don't think it was Mara. I think it was Hive. Was another one that's been getting into it recently. Just saying, hey, we have a lot of GPUs. You know, it's Bitcoin mining is hard. It will be interesting to see if, and of course we don't know, if it's going to happen, but if Bitcoin has bottomed here and we start to go again, how many of them switch back? That should be looked, and that's not disparaging. I don't think that should be looked as a positive, in my opinion. If you have the soft or the hardware, you have the data, you have access to all of that. I think you should be like rewarded the fact that you can pivot it very quickly into Bitcoin or AI, or it's like increasing a flexibility and just saying I'm going to chase where the highest rewards are. Because if you look at IBIT here, we're continuing to push higher and very, very close to these highs, which is that anchored VWAP, very close to that 80,000, that all important 80,000. As the cost to mine increases, Mike, the production is cut in half. I will be short WGMI sometimes next year. Yeah, it's again. I worked for a crypto miner in 2018. Yeah, before the pandemic. So it would be like 18, 19. I worked for a crypto miner. I was building crypto trading bots, arbitrage bots, that type of thing for them. And yeah, it's rough business. It's, the algorithm is on purpose set up that the more people that are doing the mining, the harder it is to generate rewards. It's like in the code. It's how it works. It's a rough business. I just think a lot of them are just going to be AI companies now. So I think most of it's going to be AI-driven revenue as opposed to just looking at the other side of things, right? Well, the people are asking for their education, Mitch. They're saying, I want to be educated on a MACD. Are we running into issues? You muted.
Hard mute there. You can thank my coffee. So, coffee took me a little bit there. I'm sorry about that, guys. But guess what?
Worries.
While I was making coffee, AI was working hard, and we are ready to go, guys. We're getting that up right now as we speak.
What a world. What a world.
Right? What a world, right, Michael, where I can go make a coffee and still make a video about MACD, right? It's a good life. It's a good life we're living, man. Can we really argue? Can we really complain? I mean, you guys can. I don't think Michael and I will. We now get a lot of things done for us, as they say, after hard work of setting up things, right? Well, Microsoft, while I was out there kind of making coffee, was up, and I was up like close to about like $1,000 there as it went up to 48. So I'm just trying to hold on to Microsoft today. I think that's the name that I want to hold on throughout the day to see if maybe we can potentially get some type of move back up here in the Qs. Qs are starting to work their way back. IGV is going to be one of my biggest focus for this. So let's see if Microsoft can now do a little bit of a takeoff back above 490, 489s, going into the 490s. Say maybe another 500 run for Microsoft. Who knows?
Ooh.
Could be in play. I think the big boys got this thing, man, and they got it pegged. They got in at 400. They've gotten it to 500. Now, can they maybe get it back there towards the 520s, 540s? I don't know. All right, guys, we'll take you to that education. You guys asked for it. You guys banged the hammer. Mitch's MACD, what is going on? Let's go ahead. Let's take a look.
Welcome, everyone. Let's jump right into this explainer, where we are taking professional quantitative analysis and transforming it into a highly actionable breakdown of the moving average convergence divergence indicator. Now, if you've spent any time at all looking at financial charts, you've definitely seen the
Way
MACD.
beyond.
But I promise you, we're going way beyond the basic tutorials today. We are going to completely deconstruct how this tool is actually used by the pros.
What is the million-dollar question?
Let's start with the million-dollar question. Why do most retail traders lose money using the MACD? Well, it's because they treat it as a simplistic, lagging crossover tool. You know the drill. They wait for a line to cross, they click buy or sell, and then they wonder why they get chopped to pieces by market noise. Professionals, on the other hand, they treat the MACD as a dynamic momentum engine that measures the rate of change. They use it to anticipate market moves, not just react to them after the fact. To bridge that gap, here is our roadmap for today. We'll be looking at the origins of the MACD, mechanics under the hood, decoding momentum signals, the anatomy of edge, and finally, professional tactical execution. Section 1. Origins of the MACD. The historical progression here is actually super fascinating. Back in 1979, which is before most of us even had personal computers, Gerald Appel invented the MACD line to fix a massive headache in trend following, lag. But his version still lagged on longer timeframes. So fast forward to 1986, and Thomas Asprey brilliantly introduces the MACD histogram to anticipate those crossovers before they even happen. Finally, in the 1990s, Dr. Alexander Elder took these core concepts and built them into strict multi-time frame systems, basically turning the MACD into a gating tool to permit or deny trades. So you see, it evolved from a simple trend line into an anticipatory momentum oscillator. Section 2. Mechanics under the hood. Think of this like a basic physics analogy to understand what's structurally happening. The actual price action of an asset is its position. It's simply where the asset is located right now. The MACD line, however, represents velocity. It calculates the spatial differential between a fast 12-period exponential moving average and a slow 26-period EMA. So when that fast EMA starts pulling away from the slow one, velocity is increasing. It's measuring the speed and direction of the price. It's measuring the speed and direction of the price movement, not just the price itself. And that leads us directly into the histogram, which is where the real magic happens. The histogram is a second derivative metric. So if the MACD line is velocity, the histogram is acceleration. You calculate it by subtracting the 9-period signal line from the MACD line itself. Because it specifically measures acceleration, the histogram actually registers inflections in momentum long before those shifts ever show up in actual price velocity or direction. It is literally your early warning system. Notice how the pros absolutely do not just blindly stick to the default 12-26-9 settings. Thomas Asprey actually pioneered parameter optimization. Smart traders adjust these moving average inputs based on their specific execution horizon. For example, a scalper looking at a 1-minute chart might use a 5-13-5 setting to make the tool hypersensitive. They're willing to accept more false positives just to get a faster response. Meanwhile, a macro trend trader looking at a weekly chart might slow it way down to 1939.9 to heavily smooth out the noise. You have to match your tool to your time frame. Section 3. Decoding momentum signals. Let's start with a classic amateur trap. Too many traders blindly trade basic signal line crossovers or centerline zero crossings, and they get completely chewed up by the structural execution lag inherent in moving averages. Think about it. When the MACD crosses the zero line, mathematically all it means is the 12-period and 26-period averages are equal. That is old news. These crossings are fantastic for trend confirmation, but if you're using them as early entry triggers, you're going to be way too slow. Instead, professionals focus on the slope of the histogram. Remember, we are talking about acceleration here. When you see expanding histogram bars, whether bullish or bearish, it means momentum is actively accelerating in that direction. But the absolute moment you see those bars start contracting back toward the zero line, momentum is decelerating. This is exactly how you avoid buying the top right before a nasty reversal. By reading this contraction, you can anticipate momentum exhaustion and take action well before the actual signal line crosses. Furthermore, we have divergence analysis, which lets traders identify structural decouplings between price and momentum. This is just incredibly powerful stuff. Regular divergences signal massive inflection points. It's like watching a car run out of gas. Price might hit a new low, but the MACD forms a higher low, showing you that the downside pressure is totally exhausted. On the flip side, hidden divergences signal trend continuations. A hidden bullish divergence shows price making a higher low, while the MACD drops to a lower low. This indicates momentum has fully reset within an ongoing uptrend, clearing the deck for the next leg higher. Section 4. The anatomy of edge. So, does the MACD actually have a mathematical edge?
Yes.
Systematic backtesting proves that yes, it
Momentum
absolutely
trades
does, but
for
only when used in the
momentum
right
indicators.
environment. In directional trending regimes, a standard MACD crossover model has a clearly positive expected return. Backtests on equity indices show a solid compound annual growth rate of 4.19%, a healthy profit factor of 1.65, meaning you're making $1.65 for every dollar you risk, and manageable drawdowns bounded around 30%. When the market is moving, the MACD captures the meat of the trend beautifully. But wait, look what happens when you apply it to sideways, range-bound markets. The Sharpe ratio entirely collapses to a negative 0.11. Because the indicator relies on moving averages, oscillating prices in a tight horizontal channel just generate rapid alternating crossings. Traders get whipsawed endlessly, buying the highs and shorting the lows, suffering a death by 1,000 cuts through constant transaction costs. And this perfectly illustrates why modern quantitative models never use the MACD in a vacuum. You have to map the right tool to the right market regime. The MACD is king for directional trends, for sure. But if you find yourself in a choppy, range-bound environment, you need an RSI. Playing volatility breakouts, you need Bollinger Bands. Surviving varying market regimes means pairing the MACD with complementary tools to filter out its inherent weaknesses.
Section 5. Professional Tactical Execution.
All right, let's deliver the payoff and get into the actual tactical execution. Our first professional framework is Scenario A, the multi-time frame trend continuation strategy. This is an exceptional setup for highly liquid assets like equity index futures or large cap stocks. It relies on a high timeframe structural trend filter combined with a lower timeframe momentum acceleration trigger. By following these precise steps, you effectively censor all the market noise. First, you demand a bullish daily bias, meaning the daily MACD is above zero and price is above the 50-day EMA. Second, you drop down to the 4-hour chart and you patiently wait for a pullback, marked by the 4-hour MACD crossing below its signal line. Finally, your execution trigger fires when that 4-hour MACD crosses back above the signal and the histogram turns positive. You are striking at the exact moment lower timeframe acceleration perfectly realigns with the dominant higher timeframe trend. Next up, let's look at a wildly effective gating mechanism, the Elder Impulse System
Microsoft
Censorship
takeoff.
Model. Designed by the
Elder's the
legendary
goat.
Dr. Alexander Elder, this isn't even just about finding entries, it's a strict censorship model evaluating dual slope agreement, specifically to prevent you from ever entering a trade against active momentum. Dr. Elder categorized every single price bar into green, red, or blue states, based on the alignment of two specific things: the slope of a 13-period EMA and the slope of the MACD histogram. If both are pointing up, you get a green bar, and shorting is mathematically prohibited. If both are pointing down, it's a red bar, and buying is strictly prohibited. If they happen to disagree, it's a blue bar, representing a neutral transition. With this visual system, you know instantly what trades the math actually permits you to take. The execution logic here is just beautiful. Step 1, you confirm the macro weekly chart is in a permissible green or blue state. Step 2, you wait for the daily chart to pull back, generating red bars. But listen, you don't catch the falling knife. Step 3 is waiting for the precise moment the daily chart transitions from a red bar back to a green bar. You wait for the temporary momentum degradation to fully end, and you strike exactly when macro momentum realigns. To wrap this all up, we've seen that a viable quantitative edge requires shifting away from amateur line reading. You have to adopt these 3 professional structural practices. First, always use higher timeframe filters to ensure you're aligned with structural trends. Second, rely on the histogram slope as a second derivative metric to anticipate momentum acceleration before those lagging crossovers happen. And third, always combine the MACD with complementary tools to preserve your hard-earned capital during sideways, range-bound markets. So I'll leave you with this final thought. Knowing what you now know about velocity and acceleration, are you going to keep trading the lagging lines of the past, or will you start actively anticipating the momentum of the future? Thank you so much
There
for
you
joining
guys
me for
have
this
it.
explainer. And as always,
And I there you go. There you go, man. And there's the cash. There we go, baby. We're up 700 now, 800 on Microsoft. Looking really good here. And now we see the takeoff. Now I could see CrowdStrike coming back, even though I got out of it, right? I could see this trade coming back. I like also if you just want an ETF today, maybe you're playing the hack on the pullback now, because PanW has been down in the dirts, but it's now coming back, right? Another trade that I like just in the dirt is like a Zscaler. I gave you this trade at 150 and now trades 178, but still looking good. Okta on the 50 EMA right now. Does the undercut could start to come back? So I'm just giving you trades to kind of look at here in the space. CRM, maybe as we start to see the IGV starting to climb back above the opening price, right? I gave opening price level as an important level to look for. Now you're really seeing that action. Now you should see the continuation if the trade's going to stay hot, right? So always like to give you guys that outlook, give you guys trade ideas, help you guys out as much as I can out here. So if you guys can stick with us, like always, we're going to continue going. We'll get you guys over to the scanner side of things. But one thing I will tell you is get to the Discord. I'm putting out the market intelligence brief. It's a nice doc that I'm actually going to be making a kind of like a its own, like, you know, its own Patreon, or maybe I do it on different kind of features out there, right, where people will be signing up to get this data. Why not just go ahead and get it here at Trade the Pool? Go over to the Discord, guys. I put that out there, and I got trades on there all the time that are going big green, right? I just gave you guys on there USAR on Thursday. On Friday, it goes and makes a nice, 10-12% move. So if you want trade ideas, you want breaking down of sectors and industries, understanding all of that, why do the hard work? Money Mitch has your back. Go over to the Discord side of things and keep up with that action. All right, that's going to do it for me. Like always, Michael, I appreciate you coming on and giving us all your outlook. It was one of those days that was definitely for the coffees. So we'll see if it wakes up by the afternoon. And the good thing is we came in telling you that, right? We came in telling you, be careful for the slow action today, the drip down in the Qs, right? Defensive playing in here, but really more of a slowdown till Wednesday. That's what Michael and I think, and we'll see what happens in the market. All right, guys, tonight to get you over to the scanner side. Keep it going right here. Trade the Pool.
Good morning, folks. How we doing today? It is Bedhead Steve at your service. I'm here with Trade the Pool. We're going to be talking some stocks. We've had quite a flush out in certain markets. Others holding basically, all things considered, roughly flat. So if you're long SPY, you're feeling a lot better than if you're long chips, and we'll talk about that as well as quite a number of other things. We'll talk about the commodity surge. We'll talk about crypto's interesting place in this market. We'll talk a whole lot of just about everything. So stay tuned, guys. I'm going to get some other charts up as well. We can get the 4 grid going. And how's everybody doing? What are we trading today, guys? Oh, who's that? That's Josh Smith.
Ding dong. Ding dong.
Ding dong. Let's see. We got some fun music in the background, and I don't know about you, but soft hip hop. I think we gotta ramp it up a little bit. How you doing, Josh?
Okay. I mean, yeah, I don't mind some of the jams we have. But yeah, I think we could add too. You know, maybe a little bit more diversity to the and make sure the scanners aren't down, because I came over a second ago and I saw they were down. I'm going, what are we doing? What are we doing?
We're doing it live, Josh. Yeah, I don't mind the music, but it's putting me to sleep, and I'm over here like I gotta wake the heck up because we got stuff to talk about. It's an exciting morning here so far. Have you made any moves in the market so far today?
DAIC has been I've traded. I have actually an in-person AKNR, so I was hoping Alejandra can join us here today, because yes, I have an in-person training event here going on at my hizzy, and right out of the gate today, we traded DAIC on the short, the first big red candle down. We got in on that halt at the 224 mark area and rode that down into the 120s, my friend. So got a banger, and trading the halt to plays. We don't really have too much going on again in the small caps, so we have a couple of different tickers to look at that are okay. But that was what I attacked today, and it's halted up again. Yeah, look at that chart too. I mean, it's just crazy to look at, because you can tell how many halts we've had today. But that ascending triangle is what I was just calling for before we got into this. It was in the 220s, 230s, saying, man, this looks like it wants to squeeze and pop and go for more. Honestly, should have went long, but of course it's more about teaching right now than it is. We kind of got the trade earlier on. Now we're into the teach mode, and then yeah, a little break from teaching and over to you guys.
I love that. That's awesome. Getting a little bit of everything here today, Josh. Your students must be on cloud 9 there. They wake up first thing in the morning. You poking me with a broom? What am I, a spider?
This is my magic wand over here, my friend.
Okay. Now I get it.
I can point at charts a lot easier this way. So if I'm like, hey, guys, you see right up here, you know, I can use my pointer here. Yes, this is a broken broomstick. And also, if dogs get out of hand, the dogs get a whacking, okay?
Oh, no. We need to get you a laser pointer, because I thought you were going to beat me with that thing.
Watch out, Steve.
I deserve it. I deserve it. So,
how about this? Crowbar Steve. They call me Broomstick AK.
Broomstick AK. Oh, sorry. That's my big old German Shepherd. I forgot I left him out in the yard. Let me take him in. He doesn't deserve that. And then we'll get into some great charts here. Give me literally 1 second.
Love it. Literally. And it can also be a seatbelt, guys. So this right here goes underneath, right under my armrest, and boom, now I'm buckled and I feel like I can ride a roller coaster. You know, I'm like, oh, look, I can't even move. Look at that. Anyway, 29 halts today, day trade. Yeah, it is going bananas. The next trade I would be looking for, of course, we just had that squeeze. I don't know why I keep trying to buckle myself in like I'm on a roller coaster, because it feels like it today with DAIC. Looking for that first halt down. So DAIC, waiting for that first halt down. The first gap down will be coming with it, I'm sure. That's what I waited for earlier. Wait for the big overextension move that you saw on DAIC. Look at him. He's just got dogs over there. Look at this big old guy. He's like, hey.
This is Bear, and Bear's a sweetheart. He doesn't get let down here very much, so he's very excited, and he also feels like he's in trouble.
I feel like he talks like Robert Goulet. Hey, my name's Robert Goulet.
like Patrick, what's his name? You know, Kronk in The Emperor's New Groove?
Yes. Yeah. Yes, there we go.
Definitely his voice. Let me let him upstairs.
Yeah, he's got a dog. He's got 2 cats. Where you at over there with 1 dog? You're lacking. You need to get a couple of bunnies or something to start hopping around.
Hell no. I could barely manage 1 dog.
Hey, well, yeah, that's what you know what they say about if you can only manage 1 dog. You know what they say about those people, right?
What? You're crazy. Hi, everybody.
I feel like
Day trade with Tony. That's a new name.
See how much fishing.
Michael. I know Michael D. Ryder's been here.
Oh, D Router, yeah. Jesus and Ben love forever, love it. So cute, yeah, right. Aussie in there on the other Pythagoras, Day Trade, Nigel. Thank you for joining us today.
Delonte,
Smash
Ingrid.
that like button. Hey, don't forget, you better be on our Discord, okay? We'll get our Discord link out there in chat here in just a moment. But on top of the fact, it's in our description of our live stream as it is every day. So A, smash the like button. B, join the Discord. Why? Wednesday, big day. Big day over on the Discord. Don't want to give any details away, but let me tell you something. If you're not on the Discord, my friends and family, you are missing out. You're missing
Absolutely. We got to do a WWE promo. Maybe that's what I'll do after this. I'm going to be recording something for our earnings. I could do another one for that too because it is going to be exciting. No spoilers.
Let me tell you something, brother. I had to get that out. Sorry.
Well, I'm waiting, brother. What are you going to tell me, brother?
I'm in short right now on DAIC on that first halt down that I talked about. Say first halt down. It's only halted about 54 times today, brother. But let me tell you something, brother. I am in short.
He's in short. Let me change the color of this arrow there. So, Josh, let me ask you: Are you shorting this breakout here because you're calling BS? Do you think that it's just a fake break over this volume shelf? Are you in because of the halt down? What's the impetus here?
The theory would be massive move up. I say big move, big volume, not as big as it was earlier, but the move and just the trend of the day is when we had these big 30, 40, 50 cent moves, if not bigger, the first halt down leads to a good sized gap down and usually some continuation with it. So I'm only trading the trend that I'm seeing, brother, on the day, which is waiting for that big euphoric move up. And I'll show my screen real quickly too, just so you can kind of see what I'm looking at on my side. So it kind of gives you a little bit more of a gist of the gistinata, because they call me the gistinata, which I don't even know what that is. But let's get to it.
What does that even mean?
Nobody knows, but it's provocative, right? You know, that's what matters.
Exactly.
Okay.
So we make the first big move up. I'm waiting for that very first halt down. There's one halt here, two halts, then it came into a third, fourth, fifth halt. Those are actually another. That's one halt, another one, and another one.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
First
no,
halt.
I see it. I see it
Right.
3 times there, actually, now that you mention it. Yeah.
So 1, 2, 3. I'm going for number quattro. And just to get a fun last little trade in here with you guys on the live stream, because you know what? I like trading when I'm live with you guys. It makes me feel alive and well.
Absolutely. It does make you feel alive. For better or worse, you're going to feel your heart pounding, or you're going to feel that sweet sense of victory.
What's up? How you doing, Paxton?
One interesting thing with DAIC before we move on here, I'm just noting I kind of like the short. It seems counterintuitive in some ways because you're getting the range break and you're shorting, but you are shorting the first sign of weakness there. And I believe about 60% of these breakouts have back tests, and that's just assuming they are going to continue here. If they're going to stop into that $3 handle, into the gap down, I do see the angle. We call this a risky biscuit, but I think you're going to get paid for it. So love to see it.
Is a biscuit. Oh, okay. Take a little French with me, okay? I see how you're doing me, okay? I don't know. I'm just having fun today. I'm in a really good mood.
I love it. That's a pretty good Frenchman there.
Let's see if this goes live. 02 after, or no, my bad. I'm doing different. I'm on, my bad. I am completely off on the halt scanner here. So my bad. It should be at 12 after. 12 after and 58 seconds for DAIC. And we're seeing a gap down to 261 as of right now. So 12 after 58 seconds is a resumption time as of now. If it's a 5-minute price right now showing 263.
Love it, love it, love it. Yeah, I think this one's gonna pay you here. We have a lot to talk about actually, but I want to hear from Ale too. You been doing anything this morning, Miss Short Queen? Taking any trades?
I nailed the short this morning.
Yeah, tell us about it.
Right at open. Let me see. Do you want me to share my screen or
Yeah,
should
if
I
you don't
just?
mind, I'd be happy to switch you on over.
Sure.
Yay.
Well, I'm in a trade right now, and I don't know how I feel about it
Uh-oh.
because we're over the 200 EMA.
Whoa, well, look at you. We are over the 200 EMA.
Honestly, like the market gave everything back from this morning, so it's like, what the heck? I was thinking that we could get rejected and continue to come back down to sweep the previous low of days, but it's not doing it, and it's like pushing, and it looks stronger than weaker. So,
It does.
yeah. Anyway, I was debating whether I should cut it or not because it looks strong.
Yeah, let's take a look. Qs, I'm assuming?
Sorry, my dog's barking.
No worries. Ella doesn't like the trade either.
Okay,
Those are big
so
candles recently here.
let's look at the 1 hour time frame. So I was using MNQ and SPX as like my two, like as an indicator,
Mhm.
and I saw that we had some rejection here. I wanted it to go up to this mid area at 29,332, but it wasn't reaching. So since we had a lower high and a lower low pre-market or like during Asia session,
Mhm.
I said, okay, it doesn't look like it doesn't have enough strength to continue to go higher. So I'm going to take a short right at market open and see if it'll just give us like a nice drop or a nice pullback to 28,900, which is the area that I wanted.
Mhm.
And on the 15-minute time frame, I couldn't see any gap other than this one here. So I was just going down the time frames and I found a 1 minute bearish fair value gap right over here. So
Okay.
essentially I had it like this, and I said, okay, I'm gonna risk above these highs up here, and I'm just gonna take a short position, like
Yeah.
literally right after the pop, because I was waiting for a pop to short it. And then my profit target, I mean, I really, just the way that I trade, I really wanted to ride it all the way down to the 28,900 because this is where the previous lows were. And this is where like I wanted the sweep. So I wanted to see if it'll sweep 838, but it
Mhm.
only swept 2914.
Yeah.
So I'm like, all right,
Oh,
whatever. And then I had a
could you
feeling that it was,
sorry to interrupt. Could you move your chart just a little bit to the left so we could see more of the right side on our
oh,
window?
Left.
We're not seeing
Everything
there.
wrong.
There now we can see more.
oh, shoot, it doesn't show everything, huh?
Yeah. I'm
Sorry.
sorry. I can try to figure that out after the stream here. That's perfect.
Oh,
Now we can see all the
okay.
chart, or at least
Sorry,
all the candles.
guys.
No, it's my fault. I should have said something earlier.
I didn't realize. But yeah, so it didn't sweep the low that I wanted. So then I'm like, okay, what? There's literally nothing here that I could hold on to other than like maybe this little tiny area here.
Yeah.
And I still, we're still bearish essentially. I mean, we haven't broken that downtrend. We haven't had a higher low on a 4 hour time frame. And if we go to the 1 hour, I mean, we do have some higher lows here, but as long as we continue to stay below 29, 300, 29, 225, 227, I still see the previous lows that I had over here. I still see them getting swept maybe by the end of the day.
Okay.
And if they don't, then I'm wrong and I'll take another loss. But yeah, I took a loss on another account earlier today.
Oh, it happens. But you did catch that opening short, right? Like you said,
Oh yeah, it was
on the
beautiful.
pop up.
It was
That was
like,
a really nice one.
yeah, $1,200 on 5 micros.
Boom. Very
It
nice.
was
Very nice.
nice.
Yeah, no trading for me today. I saw that short. I was short from just a little bit, just with a hedge, really. So not full short. I was
Mhm.
hedged up over the weekend. So I did monetize that a little bit early. That was on SOXS. That was the inverse of the semiconductors trade. So I took that, took my money there. I'm still red on the day. My other stocks not overcoming that, especially because I sold the short a little bit early. But I do
Mm.
think that you're right. I do think that we are not out of the woods yet. I would like to see some differentiation here where the sectors that were having some trouble start catching up, start acting righter. And it's okay if semis need to continue to sell. I don't mind that. But I just
Mhm.
want to see some participation in like healthcare. Energy would even be nice. I just want to see a kind of broader base here. And I want to see the commodities continue to do well this week after an amazing week last week.
Yeah,
Those
I
are my
wonder
thoughts.
how earnings is going to affect the market this week, especially because NVIDIA is reporting. I think
Mhm.
everybody's kind of waiting for that. So it'll be
Yeah.
really interesting to see what happens. Like I want to know, if we're gonna come down lower, essentially come back down to this area again on like 27,600 on MNQ,
Yeah.
and or if we're gonna hold at this daily bullish fair value gap and go higher to a new high. It'll be really interesting to see.
Yeah, you're in balance here. So one thing to note on, I forget if it's happened on Qs, but I know it happened on SOX, the semiconductors. We had a 50% retrace, and it swept under that. So in for the Qs, I'm going to look right now. It might be that exact 50% retrace of that range, and if so, then this is the area of interest. Yeah. So this morning on Qs, the 50% was 705. And we can see how that was a strong zone that transacted and caught really nicely on the 4 hour at the very least. So there is potential that the low is in the big low, but I don't trust it for the same reason you mentioned, that NVIDIA earnings. So I think that we really are in a holding pattern and in a downwards kind of pattern until then. And then it's going to be a leap of faith. I call them gut checks, where if you believe in the semiconductor trade,
Oh, come on. You're about to
DAIC?
go to a halt down there. I should have freaking waited to stop clapping. Oh, dang it, Josh. I spoke too soon. It
Oh
moved.
no!
Yeah, we flushed down in the 240s, and then as soon as I started clapping, as it was hitting the LULD, then it wants to pop back up on me here, unfortunately. But it's still a green trade here for DAIC. But yeah, it looked like it was about to flush into another halt down. Unfortunately, did not. Oh, so, we were about to start banking there, guys. Oh, we were going to start banking there. Did not flush down. It's kind of moving back around here. I did take half my shares out already. Half of my shares are gone. So I just want to let everybody know. Oh man, that's what I got to stop speaking too soon. I jinxed it. I jinxed it, guys. I jinxed it.
What are you trading?
Crazy DAIC. It's up 550% on the day.
Oh my
That's
God, you're DAIC. What is it?
DAIC. It's just a small cap crazy runner for the day. I'm trading looking to get the backside reversal here. I just don't think I don't think it's going to happen. I think this is going to go into the fours. Obviously threes we already touched, but I think this may go for higher. It's this higher low pattern continues. We're still not getting that backside move, but oh, here we go. Finally, okay, come on down. That's right, baby. You know you go down when I say go down. That's right. I'm going to bring out the locks today, brother. And I'm going to stack you around down. Going for another halt down. Still in here on the way down. Waka waka woozy. Don't attack me on a Tuesday.
I like that one. That's a soundboard right there. That's and you know what? I think that this might be not just the small cappers. I think that the indices might be starting to curl over, turn a little bit here too. Alejandro, I'm sure you're a little bit happier in the past couple minutes with this bit of a red candle coming on down. I think we need to test the VWAP again and see where we stand. And that's sitting at 707 Qs for NQ, looking like roughly 29 130-ish.
I wanted to break this little higher low pattern and essentially try to retest it like this and then come back down.
I love that.
I'll make
And
the money back.
sometimes I feel like the one line trades, the one line setups are the best. And as you can see, it's just so clear, right? You've got that uptrend line. It is testing, testing, testing. Now looking to crack. You also have the horizontal of the 200-minute there. See, just adding a little bit of confluence, saying like, oh, there's two areas that we are not passing through here yet. So hopefully we get this move. I just picked up my my hedge back. I just added the hedge back just because, you know me, always be hedging. So, we'll
Okay,
see how
so
it goes.
question for you, indicator guys. So, wait, do I have my indicator here? Where's my 200 EMA? Why don't I see it?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, it's up there. Okay.
There it is. Yeah.
Okay, so on the 1 hour time frame, we're hella below the 200 EMA. Obviously that's a bear sign, correct?
Oh, it's not
So,
great.
well, okay. So if we, okay, I'm just like, kind of like looking to see like how it moves with the different time frames, because
Right.
the closer time frames you get, like the 15 to the 5 to the 3, it looks like it gets tighter and tighter to the
Absolutely.
right.
So how I would,
So
I'm sorry.
go
Continue.
ahead.
Oh,
No,
I
I
was
was
just
just
gonna.
gonna say like, go.
No, you go. No, you go. All I was going to say is that how I look at it is, so for the hourly, for example, we're way under, right? So now it's kind of a fractal nature where we are just starting to kind of lose this on the, what is this, a 3-minute or something, 5-minute?
This is the 3-minute.
3-minute. Okay, yeah. So how I would look at this is kind of like, okay, we're already confirmed in that hourly downtrend, and then we tried to kind of mean revert, come back up, and reclaim like a 5-minute bullish trend, and that's what we were kind of chopping out for the last hour or so. Now it does look to me like with the sweep of that low, with the loss of that moving average, it sorry, it seems like we're back into a bearish downward trajectory on this time frame as well, essentially, you know. And so you can do this all the way from like a daily all the way down to a 1-minute, and then you'll be basically talking about how you have alignment in all of these time frames, and that'll give you more kind of well, confluence to feel better about the trade. And I'm seeing, yeah, SOXL lighting on down now, getting some volume, so you should be seeing some follow through there into the Qs overall. I think we get our move here, Ale.
The Q's heading down the pews, baby.
Hopefully I can make my money back. I'm going to add on the retest since it's already going my way. As it's going my way, I'm going to move my risk into profit just so I don't go from green to red.
I like that. And I'm looking for an add-in here too on a little bit of a pop into this 1-minute imbalance that just got opened up for SOX at least. And Q, yeah, you got a little one there too. Yeah, that retest of the swing low.
Yeah. We were asked about Pythagoras asked about S dot. I think S dot definitely could go again, but today not definitely happening today. I see just coming down in the downtrend, probably to 2065, if not down to that 20 handle potentially there for S dot. Not today, but I think we could definitely juice some more out of it, and definitely have been following them. It's been a banger. I mean, S dot has been a really big mover in the last couple of days. Of course, Friday into Monday here in pre-market into earlier part of the day, S dot with some good moves.
Yeah, I have a big level at 30, so that's what I'm kind of watching pretty close. 30 to 32, let's call it a zone there that I'm not sure it's going to be easy to get past that. And we might need to touch base in with like the support from Monday, maybe like 15. Right. 16, that's kind of what I'm looking for there. We also have an interesting question regarding Smuckers. Are you guys Smucker fans? You like some jam and jelly and peanut butter on your? Yeah. You're not a PB&J guy?
Oh, no. Yes.
Yeah. Me and Ollie are. Hell yeah.
For sure.
So SJM, I'm gonna pull this chart up, and I'm curious about.
We can change my screen.
Sure. Yeah, I'll bring mine up. Un momento. All right. While we wait, you guys crunchy peanut butter fans?
Smooth peanut butter fans? I gotta go smooth. Crunchy just not the big crunchy guy.
I like crunchy.
I like a good crunch. I'm with you. I like.
If I want a crunch, I put the chips are going on it. I'd rather have Lay's potato chips in there over a crunchy peanut.
Wait, on a PB&J?
This afternoon, I want you to go get some Ruffles sour. I want you to go get some Ruffles cheddar and sour cream. And then I want you to make a peanut butter and jelly sandwich. Peanut butter on the left side, jelly on the right. It's the only way you make them. If you make jelly on the left, I don't know who you are. And then what you're going to do, what you're going to do on each side, you're going to place 4 chips perfectly. It should fit 4 Ruffles, sour cream and cheddar and sour cream. 4 on the left, 4 on the right. You put the right side on top of the left side. That's how it works. Peanut butter does not do the work. The jelly's doing the work here.
Okay.
And you smash that sandwich together, and you give it a good, right? You smush, you hear it.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then you get a butter knife out, cut it in half. I don't care if you like triangles or you're into rectangles. I'm not a big guy about shape. You shape it the way you want to. And then you're going to take a big bite of that, my friend. And let me tell you something right now. You'll never pick up crunchy peanut butter again, and you'll always go get you a bag of cheddar and sour cream Ruffles.
I don't know how to feel about this, Josh, because first off, I love the individual components here. I also am a big proponent of adding some crunch to your sandwich. I mean, you hear me on the crunchy peanut butter. I love chips on a more of a savory sandwich. I think of peanut butter and jelly both as sweet things. I feel like it's a sweet treat that you can disguise as a lunch. And here you are. You want me to put sour cream in it? What if I put like
what's your favorite?
I feel like maybe a better chip option.
What if I'm lactose intolerant?
Well, then life is hard for you, and we feel very sorry for you. But
what are you
I'm still eating a lot.
What does lactose intolerant have to do with chips?
Hey, the Lay's with the sour cream, fool.
There's no sour cream and cheddar. What world are you on right now? It's flavoring, it's chemicals. There's no true sour cream and what? You think Lay's is
Still,
Wait,
sour
is
still,
that true,
Even
guys?
really
Is this true?
You
it's
think there's
still.
no,
Still.
it's not. That's her head. She thinks there's truly dairy product in chips.
Then how come I get bloated with like any chips that says contains milk in the back of the bag, but not Takis? Takis does not have milk in the back.
Well, two things. First off, it's psychosomatic. Placebo is a hell of a drug. Second off, you're just a Takis girl, right? So like they're not gonna hurt you. You have like plot armor against the Takis, you know?
How about I put Takis on my PB&J?
I'm kind of here for that, actually. I would try that. Well, I think peanut butter is good with a lot of weird stuff. It's good with like it's good on a burger. Peanut butter on a burger, that's fire. So this is all to say I'm kind of bullish on Smuckers. I see there's a lot of target addressable market opening up here as I start spreading the good word about putting peanut butter on everything. I think I'm gonna pump this thing just single-handedly. What I do notice here is we have this big, large W. Large W. We had a nice little sweep of the range recently. I say recently, about 5 months ago. Where's my super suit? Where's my rectangle? There it is. So this zone, this looks like a Josh Smith bounce play on a 1 minute chart here. You got the wick down, it launches us, comes back in, checks in with the wick, launches us again, comes back in one more time for good measure. Josh, you think this has the juice, or should I say the jam, to rip on up to new highs?
I love it. I love it. I love it.
Interesting. I wouldn't. Pythagoras mentioned it's a commodity. I don't think I'd consider. I think peanut butter is a commodity in a sense that it should be commoditized and it should be given out to everybody. I think that peanut butter is a basic human right. I think that's my platform. I'm going to run for president. Free peanut butter and free healthcare. That's what I'm offering. And free starter accounts. Free trade the pool accounts. How about that? That's a good platform.
Did DAIC halt?
It's been halted. Yeah, it's halted down. It is halted. It's been halted down. We're gonna open up
I
at
added to my short.
2:30. We're opening at 2:30. $2.30.
Ollie, did you say you added it to your port?
I said I added to my short, my MNQ short.
And I was like, yeah.
She's long.
There's no way.
DAIC.
There's no way she's trading this. This is about like you're gonna catch her trading DAIC. Maybe before though she's eaten some sour cream and onion chips. She says, no sour cream and onion for me. Oh, and we're live. Boom. We are live. Let's scale out a little bit of play here. There we go. Down into the
There it is, down first.
Now.
So I have a little bit of a point of control at 227. I'd like to see it transact there and then see if it can cook on down, break this ascending triangle after it gave the little yeehaw pop and drop.
And I was asked to, sorry, my bad. Paxton asked this. No, honestly, Paxton, we haven't seen 3 halts down in a row today. So Paxton asked about this. Do we think we'll halt down again? No, we haven't had 3 halts down. I wanted to get this euphoric move up. You get the first halt down, you'll probably get a decent move. Well, we got it. We got about, 30 from entry price, 40 cents. So literally 40 cents almost on the dot. That's not great, but it's not, it's not amazing. And we're about to halt up here again. I'm just going to get out of this trade probably if we're about to halt up, and we are. I'm just taking it and I'm out. So there you go. We're not getting 3 halts down. Once that happens, the trend will break. And we'll be done for the day, at least as far as moving up, I think, in my opinion. But like I said earlier, I don't think we're done moving up on the day. I think this play continues to go. We might see 4. So just be careful on getting what you think might be the done diddler backside move. I thought I had that to begin the day when I got in at the 220 mark and we headed back down to the 120s. Boy, oh boy, have we seen this too often. And guys, I know y'all don't watch them enough, but Steven Alejandro, it's always these $1 tickers that do this. Right around 50 cents to $1. Into $2, this is what market makers do. They every 10, 20, 30 cents, and like Tony day trading with Tony said earlier, this probably has 30 halts now on the day. It's been halted 30 freaking times on the way up and down. You got to know what you're doing if you're trading these, and I think this is one of those ones again that I've seen so often. I'll come back later, and I've even seen these guys blow the top off. We've seen here recently. I even traded one. I was up so much on the day. I want to say it was on a Friday, if I'm not mistaken. It was either Thursday or Friday. One of these plays did this, and I came back later. Dude, it was in the freaking 8s. In the 8s! And it was doing the gap halt thing where it was halting up, gapping up. I said, F it. I'm going to get in. That thing went up to $14, $15. It started where this one did, and it went all the way up to 15. Luckily, right before the closing bell, I need to clip some of these and post them more often. I'm like, please go live, because it was going to either A, stop me out wherever the current price was, which was like in the, I forgot where it halted up. I mean, it was in the 12s or something. Luckily, I mean, minutes before 50 after, and I get liquidated, it goes live in the 14s, and I'm like, I'm out, just get me out, I'm out. And it was, yeah, I'll never forget that trade because I was like, forget it. Who knows how far this could go? And so I've seen these, and literally earlier this year, I can go back and try to find it because I know my live stream's labeled. It went all the way up to $15 freaking, my man. It was
Man,
yeah.
these things are crazy.
I think it's
We
W&W. If y'all remember W&W, I think maybe it was W&W, which has been reverse split 154 times now. But I think it was W&W possibly. I don't remember. But that was another one I know that's went Banana Joe's this year. But yeah, Steve, I've seen these before, so do not be surprised in trying to short this because this could continue to go and then blow your eval or your funded.
I love it. And by the way, Josh, we Pythagoras. I know we were kind of goofing on the peanut butter question. I have been doing some research in the background while these guys have been talking small caps. I do have a little bit of a fundamental analysis here. Josh, what do you think? We do a little Smucker's break, or we can do it at the end, and then I can have a little slide deck for us too.
Let's do that. Yeah, let's do it at the end. Let's do it. Yeah, let's do it at the end. We'll do it at the end.
So stay tuned for the peanut butter and jelly time there coming up right around the corner. Don't worry. I think of you. If you guys have real questions, I'll give you real answers. We can riff, but we can also be serious. So give me a few minutes and we'll have that on the way.
Got it. And we have live essentially every single day. Baylor asked about when are we usually going live. We're live pretty much all day, every day. I mean, from Monday through Friday, starting about 30 minutes before the opening bell. We run for about 2 hours or so to 2.5 hours after the opening bell some days. Take a little break. We have these lunch recaps Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. Every afternoon, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, you can look forward to Power Hour commentary with Steve and usually some other people, myself, Alejandra, Caesar, Jesse, and then we have a webinar or we have earnings that we cover as well as the closing bell comes. So starting off, opening bell, 30 minutes before that, Money Mitch, Michael Noss have you covered, Airplane Jane comes in, Jesse comes in, I come in. That'll have you covered Monday through Thursday. On Monday, Wednesday, and Friday at 1 p.m. Eastern, we have the lunch recap that we're talking about right now. And then on Tuesday and Thursday, we go a little bit longer. So Tuesday and Thursday, we have the J&J show, which is me and Jesse. So we keep the live stream in the morning going a little bit longer. We extend that for an hour on Tuesday and Thursday. And then on Thursday, we have the call-in show. So me and Steve, I should say, host that, which that starts at noon p.m. So our longest extended day is Thursday. We're looking to extend other days as well. So essentially, we have you covered all the way to like right now is what we're looking to.
And soon I will be streaming live on TikTok by myself in the nighttime.
Oh,
Nice.
Alejandra in the nighttime on TikTok. That's gonna be fun. Awesome.
That's
Because
gonna
you're
be
gonna
so
be
fun.
focusing. What's that?
That's gonna be really fun, yeah.
Yeah, you're gonna be focusing on futures there, I'm assuming, and are you
Yeah.
gonna be trading? What session are you gonna be trading?
Asia probably.
Okay, all right, nice. So right in the evening, we'll get some consolidation trades quite often there. Nice and chill vibes, it sounds like.
Yeah,
So
super chill. Super chill.
awesome.
Nothing crazy like AK's small cap
Well, you
trades.
need both, right? You need AK in the morning to get you going, and then you need Alejandra in the
Exactly.
evening to wind on down. So I'll be
Yeah.
tuning in pretty regularly, I think, because that sounds like a good
That's
time.
cool. Yeah. I even
Awesome.
requested for me to be by myself so I can play music.
I'm with you. I do miss that so much because I listen to music 24/7 when I'm not on stream.
Me too.
I
Me too.
when yeah, it's such a good it's like
It's
a
live.
it's like a free mood boost, a free power up. You know, if it was a video game, you get like a bunch of stat boosts or something. Yeah, I control my emotions way
For
better.
sure.
Yeah, and also it's just like muscle memory because I used to stream from my
Mm.
Discord and we didn't have to worry about copyrights or anything there, because they're all my bros.
Yeah.
So yeah, it was just so nice just being able to share all the music that I was into with people too. So I do miss that. I got to find some stuff that is it's free, like licensed or whatever. But
Yeah. No, yeah,
yeah,
like when I
it'll be
was
fun.
young, you're totally right about that. Because like when I was in high school, my mom would, being in a Mexican household, they're always either fighting or yelling, or you're getting in trouble, or you can't do this and you have to do that before you do this. And so my mom, she didn't understand the concept of homework. She's like, what are you doing in the kitchen, eating and listening to music while you're like with hella books? And I'm like, lady, do you want me to retire you? Like, I have to do my homework. And like, she just didn't understand. She's like, go to your room, go to sleep. Like, it's so late. And I'm like, bro, like I had sports all day. I need to do my homework like right now, you know? So then I'm like, okay, whatever. So I had her buy me like big ass headphones and I would just like blast my music and I would ignore her. And I think I just got used to listening to music while I work. And it's just like this how do you say it? Therapeutic
Yes, the word therapeutic, my friend.
meditation. Yeah.
That's what my
And so
that's what my house is. Come over here. It's like it's therapy all day. It's you got all the dogs, all
yeah.
the cats. You just pass out. Yeah, I feel you. I know
Yeah,
those vibes.
so I feel like I trade better when I listen to music. Some people have talked shit and was like, "Oh, she's not a real trader. She's having fun." And I'm like,
That's
bro.
crazy. Maybe
Don't
you're
watch
not a
me
real
then.
trader. You
Don't
can't
watch
have
me
fun.
trade then, because my God, you would you. I mean, like I'm having
They
a
would be
party.
like, "This dude is a joke."
What is not a joke is the strength on this DAIC. So it tried to break
Hey.
the 2.7 fib. It came back down. It tested back in with the top of the ascending triangle. To me, looks like it is confirming there and is probably going to look for extension to 370 is my next target. How do you feel about that, Josh? Do you think I'm a little off base here? Because I know this is not my dojo.
Yeah, I'm about to head off to have some lunch and then get back into my AKNR and learning, so I can get back to teaching over here and give you guys the rest of the lunch stream to you guys. But yes, I said 4 minimum. Don't be surprised if I come back later today and I jump on Steve after, I should say, the power hour with Steve and Alejandro. Hopefully he's around. Y'all are yapping it up. And I'm going to go, I told you 14. What did I tell you? And then I went long again, and I'm banking, and I told you, brother. So yes, 4, I like it. This could go all the way up and go for more. Just be careful trading this. Again, it's halty, it's wiki, there's a spread on it. Know what you're doing before you get to brewing, is what I like to call it.
It's a new one every single day from you, Josh. It's never a dull moment. I love it.
And half of them are just ad-libbed out of nowhere.
I know they are. That's why I love it. This is not an act. This is just straight from the tap, Josh Smith, baby. This is what you get. That's what you get when you buy a ticket, which is free, by the way. You're welcome for that, guys.
Yeah, right. I love you guys. I'll see you guys back here later today, if not tomorrow for sure.
Sounds great,
Okay,
brother. Always good to see
sounds
you. And I'll respond to your message.
Yeah.
I have a whole story to tell you. I smashed my phone this weekend. So
Okay.
now that I'm back at my computer, I will answer your messages, brother.
Love you guys. Talk to you soon.
Wow.
You too, baby. All
Love
right.
you, bye.
Bye. All right, now the boss is away. The kids can
Now we
play.
can talk smack.
Well, no, he's still gonna be listening. But let's get him out of here. There we go.
I'm kidding.
So guys, at DAIC, watch this one carefully. I'm seeing this big surge of volume. It is no joke. This one looks like what's where the mob is still at today. Maybe that X. We have another one to look up that starts with X to see. But what I'm seeing here, let's take away Josh's shorting arrow because I'm not sure I believe it. To me, we're riding up these moving averages. We got the back test. I'll go back to the 5 to make it a little clearer and take this off as well to show you what I'm seeing. This is the name of the game. A candle close over this $3 level on volume, and man, we have volume on this prior test. All we need is to keep this bottle rocket going just a little bit more. Sorry about that. And we should get extension up to this 1.6 fib. We can also just check in with our higher time frames here. Of course, a whole lot of empty space recently, so we're going to have to zoom on back. Look at that. So where did the sellers step in? You can see this big wick here. So what I like to do is I take the wick and I draw it on out there. And we can zoom into and find a better area. But you can see this is already relatively responsive here. Already relatively responsive. So I think this is the bigger zone. And you can see if we do get the move we expect through the high of the day, we should surge, clear this whole purple box, clear the top of this wick, and transact this 370. Do I know if it's going to happen? I don't. I think it does, but who cares what I think? Let's watch and see what actually happens. We'll keep this one up in the corner, as well as our SOX. Let's switch over. We'll do DAIC over here. We'll bring up the SOX L, which is, this is what I'm trading right now. I'm in this short that Ale put on my radar, and it's looking pretty good so far. We got in on the break of this range up here. I'll put an arrow. Boop. Added.
I'm about to take 2 just to reduce my size and lock in some profits and just kind of ride it. I mean, it's kind of a slow afternoon. I'm pretty sure, I mean, I'm not 100% sure, but what I see it is continuing to come down lower if we're talking about the Qs, right?
Yeah.
I want to see MNQ break 29,000 and continue to come down to the level that I had, which is like 28,880.
You're looking for new low day, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah. So here's my thing. I think that we are definitely bearish. I think we overshot this morning. I think it really went too hard. You can see these bearish targets, the average daily move. We just way overshot it and need to come all the way back to testing with the day's low, yesterday's low there. And now we're finding sellers again. So we could have a big old trend day on our hands where we just really do flush on out. But I don't know if that's most likely. What I'm seeing here intraday is actually a relatively bullish formation here. Where do you see? We'll look on the volume profile here. Do you see how where the most of the volume's transacting and see how it's kind of coming down and forming this shape? So what I'm seeing is that this is the area up here where there's the biggest amount of volume. So if we come down and we're not able to flush the low, if we're not able to transact a ton of volume under here, under the VWAP, for example, under this high volume node, then I think that it's just going to slingshot back up and basically do a higher low somewhere and then come back and try to do. I don't know if it will do this, but this is what I'm seeing when I see this high volume node at the high of the day here. Let's see what else we got. We got Eric in the chat. Eric, I remember had some solid analysis last time we saw him in here, so I always want to listen to what he has to say and see if I see what he's seeing. So I don't know. I'm assuming you're talking about DAIC. The volume spike on the 15-minute can't break out as a problem. So let's see. I think last time you checked me on a 15-minute too, because I was stuck on the 1s and 5s. And let's see where this 15-minute prints. That's what I want to see. This first 15-minute did print a little doji that got us the pullback. Now it's all about whether or not this is going to be strong. Here, I'm a levels guy. I'm a numbers guy. So if we hold over this on volume, then I think we cook up. Otherwise, I'm agnostic. I'd be okay if this pattern got smashed. I'm not a huge pattern trader going, oh, it's an ascending triangle, it must break out. If it's going to fail, this is exactly where it would happen, into this 1.27 fib. So we shall see. We shall see. User FJ saying, any plan for the NVIDIA trade? ER on Wednesday, post-market? Absolutely, and it's going to be exciting. So I'd love to give you a little bit of a sneak peek. What's up, Gunnar? How you doing, man? In general, we're going to be diving much deeper into this on the earnings report presentation. I have a whole presentation already whipped up. Of course, I'll be amending it as we get a little bit closer, but I already have my game plan. I already know what I'd like to do, but I'm going to make you guys work for it. You guys got to tune in, and we'll talk about it for a full hour then. The higher time frame picture, though, you can see we're trading back into an interesting area for a few reasons. Let me make this line a little bit clearer. So first off, we have this horizontal level, a very big level that we kind of tapped into a few times, and when we broke out through it, we surged above. Next, we have this downtrend line. So I like to draw downtrend zones because they're by nature, they're inherently less accurate, less exact than a horizontal level. As you can see with this horizontal level, I'll redraw it now that more volumes come in, but it's very clear where the volume lies, right? There's the volume node right there. And this level should transact, and you're seeing it for now hold the line today. So what you're seeing essentially is a lot more precision here. Then this is a little more arbitrary, right? Every day this support moves, moves down. So because of that, I just draw a thick zone. So we're going from the top of this candle here, top of this candle here. You could maybe refine it just a little to the top of that candle, something like that. Actually, I liked where it was. So roughly just an area of interest. It doesn't have to transact exactly. It's not like a to the penny type thing, but it gives us a rough area to look for. And what it's kind of showing me is that if this takes a little bit to transact, kind of chops into the earnings, we got a few days, and we could see it come back down into this 204, potentially down to the 202, 200 level. And then it could still be holding this kind of backtest line. And reclaim.
Yeah, I'm gonna be looking for that pullback to swing some calls.
Yeah, and it's just tough because the other thing we can look at is this is going to be very make or break for the sector as a whole. And I am not sure which way this is going to go. A few weeks ago, I was much more bullish because these were acting better. And you can say, oh, Steve's an amateur because he's changing his opinion, which that's fair. I mean, but my big thing is that I can still make money by changing my opinion as long as I'm like, basically doing it in a logical way. So how I'm framing this is we have a big turning point, right? And a big inflection point with NVIDIA earnings, going to be massive for the whole sector. There are a few ways you can look at this. If you believe that the AI trade is not done yet, well, then NVIDIA has to go up. It can flush out first, but it really does have to catch pretty soon. I don't see the next couple months being good for the AI trade if NVIDIA earnings aren't great, or more importantly, aren't being rewarded. You know, they can be really good fundamentally, but if they're still under expectation, that might not be enough. I just want to lay out the potential bear case. I don't want to get too bearish because I am a bull overall, but what I'm seeing is a big influx of inflows into commodities and a big influx of outflows, or a lot of outflows in a lot of the AI trade. Could this be profit taking into the earnings off of the low bounces? Absolutely, because if we look at the leading names or prior leading names in the AI trade, they've made good gains off the lows. Micron's still up 26%. It was up 44%. That might be all she wrote. I'd still like to believe that these are all forming complex bases, but they're just not acting super right. So we got this W pattern to play out right about to target, but then there's no continuation and it was weak. You know, it came back, that's fine. Bounced off there, okay, we're good. This gap down makes me really worried. Makes me start to think that we're not finding acceptance over this high volume node, and that we're not ready to kind of stair step our way back up, traverse up in these higher levels. It is giving me cause for concern. I'm also just noting the strength in energy. Actually, I haven't checked it today, so we'll take a look. A little bit of a red day today, which is good. You would like to see this, but I'm not convinced that the energy trade is done. These are the two things that I'm going to be watching. Oil to either reject this big volume shelf here at 135, or NVIDIA to reject its big volume shelf of 210 here. And yeah, this is the big one. If it does lose this, then yeah, we're sliding on down to 200. So we're going to get more into detail on the exact levels that we're looking for, the exact way that we're looking to play this. Once we have all of the data points, we need to, be right up into that print to see how the next couple days of price action play out. But in general, I think this could be the start of the catch for the AI trade, or it could be the start of a rough couple of months where we're seeing money come out of these and into other areas of interest. For example, the market could go up with indices, with chips going down. Look how strong IGV is. IGV is not looking bad. Look at Palantir here. A beautiful recovery. Did it tag in with its... Yep. Oh, I missed my entry again today. Ugh.
Oh, whoa.
Yeah.
Wow.
So I still think these names are beautiful. Snow, another very strong one. Just a little bit of a pullback today.
Somebody on the chat was asking if gold is losing momentum here and if they should start taking profits.
I did. I took profits. I came up into my gap here. I took profits. I don't know what it's going to do.
You can never go wrong with taking profits, first of all. What I usually like to do when it's ran fucking almost 800 points. Like, oh, sorry. I forget we're on professional
Where are
screen.
we? This isn't Howard Stern, Alejandra. Come on.
But anyway, so I still think it could probably have some more room to go to 48, but it already tried to go to, it hit a high of 47. I was also thinking to maybe see if it can have another level up to 5,000, but I don't know, we may be just asking for too much. So I would say, if you're already up and you had a great entry, like take most of your profits and maybe just let some runners, and then, obviously just monitor the position.
I'm with you. It's too much too fast. Could it keep going? It could, but it's not acting like it's going to keep going right out of the gates here. So for me, I was in off the 9-day, and we had a really nice extension. I already sold a good chunk, a third, into the 200-day, into this gap fill in the 200-day, just because, hey, I didn't know what we were going to do, and I wanted to lock in a little bit of profit so I could hold a runner. So now I took my second tranche off. I have 1/3 left, and that was a nice little 7% trade there. And here's my plan for the precious metals. I think they've ran too hot. I am still incredibly bullish on them, but I gotta respect what they're telling me. So this is what I thought silver might do: pop into the 200-day, start to flag out sideways. I'd like to see this sideways action in the complex overall, because this is just too much. This is just too much too fast, and you're seeing the head bonk. It would make a lot of sense to come back down, fill in this gap, and to the rising 200-day moving average, start a pennant like that, and then break out up onto the next big kind of couple of targets up here, sweeping these highs at 437. Got a gap to fill up here at 445. Got a bigger one up here at 450 to 457. I think they're going to new all-time highs this year. I think that the Basant put, I think that just overall the way that the markets seem to be heading in terms of processing.
What about, sorry, just really quick, Tesla short and maybe Meta long? What do you think?
Let me check in just a sec. Just to wrap up the gold idea, I think that there's a lot of reasons fundamentally that gold is on the table here, as well as other commodities. And guys, this is what I'm going to be focusing on all week long and into the webinar this week. So after the market today, I'll be releasing my newsletter. If anybody DMs me, I'll give it to you for free, even though it's paid content. So that is one thing we'll be talking. I know, free, a little freebie for you. So this is going to be first off going over all of the correlated moves in commodities right now. We're seeing moves all across the board in almost every single commodity here, from lithium to uranium to gold, of course. And I think that there is a common thread here. I don't think it's a coincidence, and I think it ties into the overall macro perspective here, into how our administration is handling the market as a whole. What we're seeing is that they are responsive, particularly the bond market is responsive, and they will make the policy changes needed to kind of keep the structure supportive. So I am bullish on everything overall, but I do think we'll see a shift from some of these more speculative, high-flying names in the primarily AI space, the semiconductor space and the related trades, and we'll be moving on over towards more of a focus on commodities going forward. And I think that there's a lot of good reasons for this that I'm excited to get into more, but that will be the topic of both the newsletter and the webinar. How you can DM me? Well, you can reach out on, you can do Twitter. I'll check my Twitter, but usually the best way is going to be on Discord. So I'm going to drop my Discord server here. Anybody is welcome to join. And I'm always around there. You can also just DM me directly. Either way, let me get that for y'all. Yeah, come on in. Lots of amazing traders on in there. SA is your #1 gold pick, Pythagoras? I don't even know what that is. SA, soda ash futures? That can't be it. Sugar futures in Russia? Probably not that. Are we missing a letter there? I don't think. I can't find SA. Siamese Asset Public Company Limited. Oh, Seabridge Gold maybe. SEA. You a Canada bro? It's on the TSX. That's a nice chart. It's a really nice chart. So yeah, I have a lot of gold and silver miners that I'm very interested in. I'm only in a few right now, but I think the sector's great. Oh, yeah. This one's flying. So, yeah, very interested to talk about this kind of stuff. Seabridge Gold, yeah, SEA looks like on TSX. Didn't see a ticker for the U.S. markets. Yeah, so, guys, that's what I got. And, Ala, you were asking about long Tesla, short Meta, or vice versa?
Short Tesla, long Meta.
Okay, short Tesla, long Meta. I think Tesla needs to fill the gap before it's ready to be a short, personally.
Really? It's been short all morning.
Are you talking intraday or first swing? Just like right this very second?
Oh, I didn't see I didn't see the gap. What is that? Is that the daily or the 1 hour?
Daily gap. Big daily gap, not quite filled, but it is quite a sell off of that. That being said, intraday, I mean, I don't know. Let's see if it can hold this level right about here. 350, 358 does seem to be weak. Does seem to be a little bit weak.
I don't see the gap on Thinkorswim on the 1 hour time frame. That's really weird. Usually I see them.
On the 1 hour?
Yeah.
I mean, what are you talking about? What are you talking about?
The gap?
The big gap. I'm talking about the big. I mean, it's not a straight gap on the hourly, but it's, look. We'll zoom on in. Give the lag here, guys. Not going to be like a gap, but it's a straight down move in the after hours here.
Gotcha.
Pre-market, after hours. So when we look at the daily, it's going to be the clean gap.
Not following day, intraday Tesla. Okay, I just like to watch. I mean, I'm an intraday trader.
Fair enough. I think we're getting some consolidation, some downward resistance into this falling 50-day. But for me,
Yeah.
mission will be accomplished when we fill the gap. This was an old line I had for Tesla. Obviously not that aggressive on the push up, but it did transact our higher time frame zone of interest. You can see that circle and these wicks did transact, basically reaffirmed that this low here should hold. And I think that it wants to make new highs. I'm a Tesla bull, even though I think Elon is a stooge. Doesn't change how I feel about the company. Eric Russell saying SpaceX thoughts. I'd love to talk about that too, and then we can talk Meta here before we wrap up. Any other anything that you'd like to talk about, Ale, or in chat here that we can focus on? Otherwise, we can get to them in the power hour too.
We can get to them in the power hour because I've just been watching Meta. Meta does have a 15-minute gap to fill, so it's been pretty much consolidating sideways with higher lows. So I'm thinking I've been watching it for maybe like a intraday call play, and then Tesla, since it's pulling back, I'm like, okay, how low can it go? And it can pretty much sweep the previous low at like 350, and if it holds 350, then we can continue to ride it to the upside for that gap fill.
I like it. So here's how I would look at Tesla. I think Shaw mentioned it might be a little late for the short. For the perfect short, for the A+ short, I think it would have been off VWAP either here, or maybe you saw the rejection off VWAP somewhere here. Now feeling a little extended for me too to the downside, but I will say, Ale, you're right. There is a lot of pull down here. We still have bearish targets. We're not like, we have room on this bad boy to fall. Yesterday was a big green day. It came back, it checked in with the close and said, nah, that's too much. I think it makes sense. Okay, here's the other thing though. You can actually see it checked in with the 15-minute opening range break there yesterday and very cleanly did transact. Just about to the penny there. So what I look at this as is I'm not 100% sure that this won't high or low here. What I would like to see if I wasn't in the trade, and in general, I'm more looking for longs, just in general on a stock that I'm relatively bullish on, that's came down flush to a key level and then is flushing and forming a higher low, but kind of holding the line. So here's how I would look at it. If it's going to hold this high volume node, then we obviously shouldn't see a new low of day. And I think there's much more room to the upside for the swing. For intraday, if we fail this prior low back test here, this is one thing that I think could set up for us. These wicks here, we flush them. If we come back and back test them, you'd also see confluence with this falling 9-day and 21-day moving average. You could short a pop somewhere in there and then have a nice way to define your risk, trim some into the low, take some more into the monthly trigger, the prior daily low, maybe save runners for the bearish targets is how I would look to play this. I do think it's possible to see this slide. It will depend on whether there's weakness in tech overall, probably. That's kind of what I'd look for there. What do you think about that?
Yeah, I like that too. That's why I was saying I wasn't trying to take the short on Tesla. I was just saying it's been pretty much short all day since market open, just like the market, and NVIDIA too. So I was just looking, okay, since we're pretty much, ooh, I don't like this pop on M&Q. That was nasty pop. I wonder if we're gonna hold here. I kind of want to just get out of my short, but I don't know if I trust it. Like, I don't know if we're gonna get a higher low here, like you said earlier, or not.
Let's see.
But anyway, sorry, I got distracted.
So weird. Apologies, guys. My charts in the left are not updating. I was like, what is going on? I didn't see the pop. I was like, what are you worried about? It's flat, literally. That's a little bit of a pop. So I'm watching here too. My second ad is about to go red. We'll see. I'm probably going to take that ad off and then just hold the one from a better entry and see if it stops me out. If so, well, it's a hedge for me, so I can just say, hey, that's fine. At least my longs are going the right direction, I hope. But I'm not convinced yet either. Let's see where this plays out. We'll check back in when we come back from our little break. Come back in from for power hour. So we'll be back in 1 hour, guys. We have power hour, and let me double check. I don't believe that there are going to be earnings today, but we're going to have a bunch of great earnings reports coming up after that on Tuesday, on Wednesday, on Thursday. So I'm going to give you guys a quick rundown here of the week of earnings, just to let you know where we're at, and then we'll let you go. So yeah, we're not
Shaw,
sorry.
I was just gonna answer Shaw's question. He said how much do I size for Tesla? It depends. If I'm on Trade the Pool prop firm, I will go as many shares as I can. Um, just because like I scalp it really fast, you know. But if it's like option contracts, I don't like to buy more than 5, depending on how much they cost. And I'm really not liking this push. It's gonna
I don't
stop
know if
me
I can
out in a
see it on
minute.
my screen. Apologies here, guys.
No, it's okay. I'm holding this short on M&Q, trying to make my money back from the second loss. Well, the second trade that was a loss, not a second loss,
Yeah,
but
one of those
um,
days. Yeah, it's
but
been
yeah.
tough
So
if you're not just in
yeah,
and out real quick today. I've noticed. Like I don't know. Yeah,
exactly.
Shaw saying I got chopped out a few times. Yeah, I don't think you're the only one,
Yeah,
brother.
for sure. Yeah,
But
so like it just depends on like honestly my size always is always pretty small because I trade ranges, so like I'll go from level to level and I'll shoot for like 50 to 100 points sometimes, especially on M&Q. But like with Tesla, like for example, like if I had taken a short position at the rejection of this morning, which was 362, I'd probably still be holding it. Otherwise, I would have probably taken my profits at the previous low of day, which was 350, and that's a 50 point move. So even with just like 3-5 contracts, like you can get over 20%, you know?
yeah, absolutely. There is one thing regarding position sizing on a prop account that I think is very interesting. I will be doing a whole webinar on this going forward, but I found
Mm.
somebody who did some very, very compelling back testing. And the gist of it is the optimal size for passing an account and pulling out money from it, getting payouts, is going to be to risk 1/4 of your drawdown, and then
Mm.
as the trades start to work, you just keep risking 1/4, so that size will increase with a win streaks, and it will be sized down if you start losing. But you always try to target that 1/4 of your drawdown for any risk for one trade, and mathematically that's the best result. Any one individual trader may have a better system for their personal style, but just empirically this seems to be the sweet spot. And I'd highly recommend y'all try that out. And that's what I'm going to be working with over the next month or so to see if my results match the back test that I've been seeing there. So just
Nice.
a little something interesting to note there. But guys, real quick before we head out, coming up tomorrow, we have Zoom, we have Intuit, we have Semtech Corporation and Box, 4 interesting ones there. Going to give us some read-throughs on everything from the software as a service space, the space of companies that are subtly invested in Anthropic. So guys, we're talking Zoom, but we'll get some information on what's happening with Anthropic because they have a large stake in it. We also have Box. I believe Box is literally boxes. So honestly, it might seem boring, but packaging and freight, shipping, all that kind of stuff will be interesting to kind of see how that is kind of working into the global supply chain and how it's affecting companies' bottom lines. So that'll be Tuesday. We have some really spicy ones coming up after that. That's what I want to talk about here. Wednesday, after the close, it's the star of the show, NVIDIA. But even if NVIDIA wasn't here, it would still be such a stacked lineup. We have big hitters in the cybersecurity space, in CrowdStrike, in Okta, and I believe one other one, Nutanix. I think they're cybersecurity, not 100%. Definitely some software as a service. We have more software as a service in CRM, Salesforce, Synopsys, a very high quality company as well. And for the AI hardware theme, we have HPQ, as well as, of course, our baby NVIDIA. So lots of interesting stuff to talk about, and I can't wait for this one here. We're going to be doing a big old show. We're going to have a bunch of talking heads. We're going to be trading these live. I'm going to be looking to trade CrowdStrike, CRM, and, of course, NVIDIA. We'll see if I can trade them all, but there's a lot cooking. I didn't even mention some of the other big ones. Agilent, that's a big name. Everpure, I love this company. This is a very cool company that is contingent on this whole AI infrastructure build out trade too. So we'll have a ton to talk about Wednesday. Make sure you're there, guys. It's going to be a blast. I don't know what's going on with my browser right now.
I got out of my short on M&Q.
Out of the short. I don't blame you. I mean, actually, I don't know because I can't see my charts. We'll see if I got stopped out on mine when I get off stream and this starts working again. But Thursday, by the way, guys, more big hitters here. We have Marvell, we have IREN, Autodesk, Ulta, Workday, Affirm, Sentinel One, a bunch of big names, Rubrik as well. So don't miss this one either. Marvell just announced they're reporting today, as well as IREN. So these got added to the what's the word I'm looking for? To the undercard, let's put it. Not even the undercard. These are the grand the what am I talking about, Alejandro? I'm gonna stop. The point being, they're big names. We're coming in hot. It's gonna be a lot of fun to trade these. And yeah, those are the big ones, Wednesday and Thursday, but we'll be here Tuesday as well. So be there, don't be square, and look at Soxel rip there. All right, that's enough for this guy.
All right.
All right, thank you so much, guys, for joining. We will be back in just under an hour. Can't wait to get into some of these other tickers. Take care, y'all.
Bye.
What's up, traders? How we doing? It is Steve Tomlin here with you once again. It is Power Hour. We got some interesting shake and bake. I am setting my order real quick. I think I'm going long. I'm getting ready for this candle to close. It did close. I want a little 1 minute look back into the 9 moving average and I will get in. I think we're reclaiming VWAP here. I think that we have some room to go up here if we can turn this corner. So watching the VWAP closely, we're still under it on Qs, showing a little relative strength in SPCX. Might not give me the entry I'm looking for here. I'm also seeing a higher low trying to form on the 5 minute on SPY. Qs now trying to shape up. We shall see if they reclaim. I still want a little look back to get in, but I did exit. Took a little tiny short, about a 10-minute short. Got about 50 cents on it. Not much. I'd really like to be long, but I'm not sure if it's ready yet. So we're looking for the 1 minute look back, confirming off of this 9 moving average, the blue here. Still seeing the weakness there in tech, not sticking the move in the same way over their moving average that we're seeing on SPY, that we're seeing on SOX here. What is up, Snowman? What's up, Nigel? What is up, Mike? D Rider? How you doing, guys? What in tarnation are you guys talking about? Mike, I see you talking about Neil Peart and Rush. Yes, one of the greatest, absolutely legendary drummer there. What else we got going on besides Rush? I'm not in a rush. DAIC, wow, it didn't break the level. It didn't break our level. That's fascinating. Let me see. All right, so SOXL is rejecting off of the VWAP. Let's see if it's going to hold our moving average. If it holds here, this is the entry, but I'm seeing the new low forming in Qs, and I don't think I'm going to take this. In fact, may just be a follow through. Maybe I should be hopping back short. I'm going to give it some time, though. I see the 1 minute oscillator oversold. Could see a little bit of a pop there, even if it does going down further. I do see the 5 minute has lots of room to curl on over, which is why I was initially bearish. Maybe I just needed to let the wick come down, try to back test the what do you call it, VWAP there, and that was the real entry. Starting to seem like it. I'm not trading too much today, guys, so grain of salt here. Making sure I didn't have that order set. So we're watching, we're waiting, we're hanging out. What's up with me? Not too much. I'm biding my time. I'm really waiting for NVIDIA earnings this week. I think it's going to be very, very important, very key to gauge the directionality going forward in the chip sector, in tech overall. I am bullish, but I'm not sure the path that we get there. What are you guys up to today? What are you trading? What are we trading here? Let's check out some of the bigger moves today. We have SDOT, XPON. We have DAIC as well. All very interesting stuff. Let's start zooming in on some of these. Whoa. DAIC, first off, this one had a really nice rejection going on. Looks like SOXL actually pretty strong there. Trying to reclaim the VWAP. Still not convinced, though, so we're just going to hang out. That's fine. DAIC, we were looking for the breakout. I thought that it was doing the thing. It gapped down or halted down. Caught, looked like it wanted to push higher. It failed here pretty nicely. We are now about to lose VWAP here. If this thing keeps cracking, we still have room in my book to go lower here. I kind of like this one for the short. Give me 1 second. We can frame that. We can go into some of these other ones here. I want to know what you guys are trading, though. So DAIC quite weak. Another big mover today. XPON, just kind of hanging out the past couple hours. Did have a big candle here about 10 minutes ago, so we can watch and wait and see if this thing breaks. What you can do is you can play the range break of this candle as well. And how I would frame that is like this. If it loses this low, where is it likely to go? Well, it's probably going to sweep the bottom of this volume shelf. It's probably going to find an easy path to sweep this one here, this prior wick, and potentially test this bigger low here. The basic way I look at it is it could start kind of a domino effect that could very easily cause it to hit here, 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 and continue that trajectory downwards. So we got to be a little bit careful, right? That being said, if it does break and back test, that's a high probability setup in my book. But if not, then you can look and see for a potential reclaim of VWAP, a potential break of this range. What this high of this candle was testing was essentially this point of control through there, and then I think it goes and reaches for these highs up north. Overall, let's take a look at this on a higher time frame. It's trying to hold this very bullish flag. It's just a matter of whether it can turn the corner, get back over VWAP, and start cooking. Otherwise, it can wick down. And, you know, the more I think about it, I don't even know if this is the safe short. The safer short is going to be the crack of these two other low levels. This would be like a cheat entry short in my book. So the 640 to 650 zone, that's going to be the real test here on XPON. Definitely some potential on this one, though. Good evening, Adrian. What's up? How you doing? Pythagoras saying some pretty big buys on Walmart. We can take a look there, too. Soman's trading some PMI. We can take a look there as well. Un momento. All right. There we go. Just adjusting a stop there. Okay, great. So what we're seeing here, kind of interesting across the board. Let's go through our sectors and see what's happening around the horn here. XLV treading water first off. Let's go to an hourly chart. It's the beginning of the week. I want to touch base here. Very, very strong price action over the past couple days, couple weeks here in XLV. Going for the breakout on the daily, on the weekly, and smashing it, right? We were watching this one closely from the break here at 161. I've been playing primarily with Lily. That's been my main dog here in the healthcare space, although it did pick up a new position today. We can talk about that. Lily treading some water here, but I do believe it'll work its way on upwards and outwards out of this megaphone into the promised land of 1,500, 1,700, 2,000. I think so. We'll find out. Another position I'd like to pick up, but I have not yet, is VRTX. I'm incredibly bullish on this name. I think it's very high quality from a fundamental perspective, as well as the technical starting to really shape up here. A nice break of the previous couple highs, came back, found support internally where it should, pushing up higher, and I don't see what's stopping it. I think this thing keeps on going, and it's got a really nice base, been trading sideways for a few years. Why shouldn't it move up now? So those are my two favorite names, my highest conviction names, but Oscar starting to get up there too. It's acting real strong today, pulling back now, but it tried to break out over that 33.50. I do think it's going to happen. I think it's just a matter of time. So we'll be looking to add some off of these dips into the 30 range here. 30 to 31 is what I'd like to see hold, potentially down to 29. That's the kind of box I'm playing in, and I'd be looking for this thing to push up onwards and outwards. It's got a great setup on a higher time frame for continuation. Beautiful cup and handle pattern here, trying to push into new all-time highs with that same kind of tailwind of the sectoral breakout. What is up, Mike in the house? Adrian bought more BE. I heard it was a gnarly reversal, so congratulations. I think that you caught. Yeah, look at that. Tapping into the 200-day. Absolutely surging from there. Wild candle here, and what I think it's doing is building out a little megaphone here. I still have my couple shares. Still too scared to add. This was the day. I missed it. But I wonder if we have a little megaphone action here starting to build out. If so, this thing can really rip to the top side. If it comes back in and just checks in with the top of this megaphone, that's a crazy move. And I think this is all in the context of this larger megaphone here still roughly holding this line. It did have the shakeout down here to the 200 in the beginning here. But now we're starting to get the lower low into higher low and starting to feel like a better chance of this thing basing and pushing higher. So let's watch this one into this week for sure. I'll add it to the top of my focus, or closer to the top. Still seeing some downward action here today. A few stocks that I'm watching. I like Palantir here. Still a very nice candle today. It's technically down, but held the 9-day moving average nicely. I wish I picked some up there. I forgot. I got to start putting in some resting buy orders. Let's see. What are my thoughts on Walmart here? Let's look. Just checking out the headlines here from the earnings. So operating income increased by a lot, 29%. Membership fee up 17% year over year. Let me think on this one just a few minutes. Check in with me tomorrow about how I feel about this. I'm not 100% sure if this is warranted. Doesn't really feel like it, but I want to make sure I'm not missing something. We're basically checking back in with this prior level of interest from back in 2024. Still held the important part, which is the prior swing low. You can see right there. Yeah, let me think on this one a little bit. SanDisk absolutely getting crushed today. Massive move down for sure, Nigel. Even then, though, the weekly candle, it doesn't look like it's dead. I will say these don't look like they're dead. I think we're in a holding pattern, a bearish pattern, but a holding pattern, relatively speaking, until NVIDIA earnings. That's going to really set the tone here. That's what I'm going to be watching in depth. So we see SanDisk quite weak. Let's keep going through some of these sectors, though. We talked XLV. XLF still incredibly strong. This is impressive. Very impressive, and looking like it's ready to go for higher. So this is a pool we can start looking around in. We also have real estate showing a little bit of strength. Industrials getting beat. That's a little bit concerning, right? Tech beat, as we knew. Communications, risk off sector, looking very interesting for a long, right? So maybe we should start looking at some of the T's. That's breaking out. Okay. What is it? That's AT&T. Then you have Verizon. Is that VZ? Yeah, VZ. Also incredibly strong. And look at these names, guys. These are safe places to drop some money. Won't be the most amazing returns ever, but I doubt you're going to lose money when a chart looks like this. You could easily get nice, relatively stress-free 10% or so here, I think, on some of these names here. I'm a fan. So interesting stuff there in the communication space. Oh, who we got in the house? Ready to come on? Welcome, welcome. How's it going, Ollie?
Hi, I took another short on M&Q.
Yeah, we're rocking and rolling again. Yeah, I did the pop. It wicked out, got some of that liquidity, and does seem nice and weak again. Coming into a little area where we might see some pop. So let's take a look at that. I think that it's just a short-term pop and then we fade. Already seeing a little bit of a wick down here, but just trying to hold this cam pivot level.
What's up, Nigel? Nigel is an A+ student.
Yeah. I mean,
He would, yeah. You're a good trader, Nigel.
Yeah, I've seen it. I like the diligence. I like the discipline. He's always here, always got a smile on his face, and seems like he's catching some nice, fundamentally solid trades here. I see the same thing you're seeing, though, here on Qs, though, just still under this trend line. You know, we tried to just lose it the first time here. We had to kind of back test it, but now it seems like a more healthy kind of trend line to kind of reject off of, just in terms of the trajectory. If it's too high up like this, I start going, well, yeah, maybe it can break, but it could always have some continuous momentum back to that upside. But now starting to feel like we're going to be a little bit heavier here. So next stop will be to watch the VWAP into the prior swing low. And if we lose that, I think we're really cooking. One thing that I think is working in our favor here is the SOX L. So, you know, basically long chips, they're having a lot of trouble in my book comparatively today. I think that this has a decent amount of room still being stuck under its moving average, or I'm sorry, under its VWAP here. If it's losing and it's under the VWAP, we have Qs losing and it's over the VWAP. The flush from that VWAP loss on SOX, the chips, could lead the Qs to kind of flush theirs. And that's something that I've been looking for more and more, where kind of one pattern will lead into another like that. So I think we make some money here.
Let's do it. This will be my last trade of the day, I think.
Yeah, good call. I'm like, I don't really want to be. It's a hedge, you know. So I haven't closed any of my longs that I believe in. Yes, I am red on the day. A little less red than an hour ago, though. So feeling okay. Feeling okay. Semi stayed down, absolutely. Yeah, some of the bounce There were some names that did bounce pretty decently, I was noticing. But now if they fade into the close, all of a sudden those daily candles that were looking kind of okay are starting to look pretty dire. So for example, let's look at SanDisk here. This one, right now, it's holding this hammer. But if it rejects here into the close off of this flattening 21-day moving average, I think we come back down into this high volume node here. That's kind of what I'm thinking on a lot of these prior leaders. Micron as well. Just a little bit heavy. Testing the gap, bouncing for now. But hey, if it washes back out into the gap into the close, that's not a good look. And as we're talking about the weakness, looks like we're getting it here. Nice little flush on the chips, and that should be leading Qs down any second now through their lows and into the VWAP. I would hope. Let's see. What are we talking in chat about? We got some Fastly in the house, some Moderna in the house. Adrian saying it's going to be insanely volatile. Nobody knows how to price the stock. Yeah, absolutely. I don't know how to price that stock. Let's take a look and see what it's doing today.
I'm feeling like I want to get a cold. I hope I don't get sick.
Oh no, I hope not. I'm fighting something off. I don't know. Maybe there's something going around.
Yeah.
But I just always assume it's my weak bloodline, my bad genes just letting me down. You know, I have a lot
I
of.
hope it's just my immune system telling me to stop partying for a little bit.
Oh well, yeah. If you're out partying, maybe it's that. My body's doing the same thing, but instead of partying, I just had a small weekend little. I just got out a little bit, and I've just was like, oh my goodness, this is why I don't do things. I was so beat up. Speaking of beat up, Moderna with a big red candle here. We'll see if this is the start of a bigger crack. I thought we'd just get an easy fade. It's given a big snap back here on both chips and Qs here. I hope that we find a rejection soon. This is a little bit of an annoying trade here, but hey, I'm still green, so I won't let it go red. Just not getting much action. I'm just in some hedge here, you know, some SOX S, so the inverse of the SOX of the what do you call it? Chips ETF. Moderna here looks like it wants to fail VWAP in my book. If it does close under here, I think this one can also be a decent short. Still going to stick with this short here. See how it goes. Hey, who's that? Jackie Escobar in the house? Welcome. Welcome on in.
I had a whiskey last night. Obviously, it didn't help. Maybe I should have had two.
That's you just didn't have enough. That's the problem. Good for what ails you. That's what I always heard.
Tea with lime? That could work.
Yeah, tea with some lemon or lime always great. Oh,
I prefer a hot toddy, actually.
Hot toddies are so good. This is a strong little catch here on decent volume. I think I'm going to hop out of my short for a small profit and then reassess. I'm going to wait for this candle to close, though, in case it rejects. Oh, please.
I have my risk in profit, so I'm not really tripping too much. And I'm kind of fighting back the red from earlier, so
I think Qs are looking weaker too. So I think that you guys in the Qs complex having some harder of a time reclaiming your short-term moving averages. SOX has been a little bit whippier today, I will say. I'm just worried about the potential flagging here. It's not letting go like I'd like to see. And now we're starting to be at the bottom of the 1 minute oscillator, so I gotta hop out. Hop out here.
DAIC totally cracked the trend line on the 1 minute, huh?
Did it finally do the thing?
Yeah, so it went from 312 to now to 220.
Oh yeah. Okay, we were watching this one just a little bit ago, and this one I do think is going to be seeing some follow through here. I think that we can get a crack of the VWAP. It's been testing once, twice after already kind of violating it. You even have this little hollow space here down to 205. I think that there's a decent chance that this thing cracks the VWAP and really starts to lose some levels here. Maybe we could get, what do you think? What do you think's possible to the downside here if we lose the VWAP?
I don't trade indicators, but I'm guessing maybe 1 to 150, 160.
That seems like you trade indicators. That's where the 200-minute moving average is. So
that's
like
just the previous low that I see on here.
Well, here's the thing. They often line up, and that's what provides this nice, easy confluence.
So cool.
It really is. It's very neat how that happens. And you'll see this kind of confluence just stack and stack and stack with these different indicators. Sometimes it doesn't help as much as you might think. Like basically you might be getting kind of false signals by saying like, for example, oh, my RSI and my MACD are telling me the same thing, or my RSI, my gray line, and my wave trend oscillator are telling me the same thing. They're just telling me the same thing, but I might be double as confident because I see both of them. But if you have like something from different categories, then it can provide a really, really nice kind of just confluence of areas to kind of risk into. And that's what I was looking for.
I don't really like smoky scotch.
Oh, it's so good. You're crazy. That's like my favorite, but
oh my God, I'm like getting, I hope it's allergies. I'm gonna say it's allergies. I don't get sick.
Exactly. You're fine. You're fine. Just think good thoughts, just manifest
Good
positive
thoughts, good
energy
thoughts.
and
Good
there
thoughts.
you go.
Healthy thoughts, healthy thoughts.
There we go.
I wish we could just like drink whiskey on the job. I mean, I can, but I might get in trouble.
Yeah. That's one of those
Who
things
knows?
that you're testing your free will,
There.
right? You can. They're just like you could say anything you want in public. You have freedom of speech. You also have freedom of consequences, right?
Well, sometimes I drop the F-bomb on accident here.
It's okay. We say earmuffs. It's no biggie. We're all adults mostly.
We're
more
all
or less.
adults mostly. I know, but why would any kid below 18 be watching this? I mean, plus they should be in school.
Really, yeah. Go be in school. Learn your I don't know, times tables. What do kids learn in school nowadays? Then come to us. We'll train you once you're 18, can open an account. I do think that this is something that should be taught in school though, to some degree or another.
100%. Yeah. When I went to this like I think it was like convention center thing where they had like a bunch of speakers, I saw this and I saw somebody presenting like the charts and everything, and I'm like, who does that? I'm like, what the heck is stocks? And like I was so not interested. This was like maybe 7-8 years ago. Oh my God, can you imagine?
I can imagine. I mean, I had zero interest until I realized what really was at stake here. And basically, it's the way that we can kind
Right?
of reclaim our financial independence. There's really not any other way as straightforward as this to turn
Yeah.
hard work into actual capital if you don't have the kind of infrastructure in place already, like a high paying job or good connections or whatever the situation might be that usually is how people get a lot of money. This is like literally just, hey, are you good at this? You can do this. It's all
Yeah.
on you, which is obviously a good and bad thing. So
Um,
interesting to see how
I
I feel like it's getting a lot more popular too as income inequality continues to grow.
yeah,
I think there. Mhm.
I had one of my students was like, "Hey, like I have questions. Like how like what made you do this? Like were you scared that it wasn't gonna work out? Cause like what if all the work I'm putting in just goes to SHIT, you know?"
Well,
And I've had a lot of people ask me that question, and it's like, listen, just think about this for just a moment, okay? How many people, maybe like even on the chat, we have like 30 something people watching, and whoever else watches or whatever, just in general, how many people go to college and spend thousands of dollars and
mhm.
all that time studying, going, 4-6 years to really get almost nowhere. I'm not saying nowhere, but my point is you're competing in this college with this degree with so many other people that want to do the same thing. And like they're tied to the system, right? Like you're working corporate or you're working your 9 to 5, and I'm not saying like that's a bad thing. I'm just saying like there's a certain cap at some point,
Right.
and you're taking that risk there too. And here,
Yeah.
in my opinion, the risk is way less. The only risk you're taking is to not have financial freedom, because now you don't even have to use your capital with all these prop firms. And it's like, guys, what's stopping you? The only thing stopping you is your own fears, your own limitations, your own limited mindset, maybe your surroundings, maybe your environment. I didn't go to college either, Adrian, right?
Yeah, same.
All my friends in high school were like, why don't you go to college? Like you're pretty much like you're gonna go nowhere. Like you're Hispanic. Like you should think about going to college. And I'm just like, look, when you're graduating and looking for a job, tell me when you become successful and financially free, because I know there's ways that you can become financially free without having a little paper that says you have a BA.
Absolutely. For me, I'm with Adrian here too. I didn't know what I wanted to do first off when it was time to make that decision. So I just said, hey, I'm gonna get out, get some experience in the real world. Taught me a ton. Mostly taught me that I don't want to work minimum wage jobs, shitty jobs for the rest of my life. I saw a lot of my coworkers. They were amazing people. They were smart people, but they were burnt out and they were stuck because they didn't know that there were other choices. I'd see people 30, 40, 50 years old plus doing jobs that were dead-end jobs. And it wasn't because they were bad people or failed or were morally, it was literally just a matter of circumstances and a matter of nobody telling them at the right time that they have the tools that they need if they have the diligence. Does that mean everybody would follow through and make it happen? No, but that's something that's in your control, whereas a lot of this stuff isn't. So I'm very grateful I found the market. People,
Me too.
yeah, it's an amazing thing if we use it responsibly. Otherwise, though, it can be very easy to exponentiate your bad habits too, right? Like if you're greedy or if you're too scared. Well, these types of things, these emotional weaknesses, it's not something you can't change. And more importantly, like this is the way that you kind of can see them come to light and then work on them in actionable ways, I guess. So I think that it's great even when it is really hard. Sometimes it feels terrible, but that's just the market teaching you a lesson that you probably needed to learn anyway. Really important to listen to, whether you believe it's the universe talking to you or your own intuition or whatever. Just like when you hear the voice and when you get the message, gotta
Yeah.
listen.
How did you get started? Like what got you into trading?
What did get me into trading? It was GameStop actually. It was the whole
Oh,
GameStop
really?
fiasco. Yeah,
That's hella
it was
funny.
it was crazy to watch. And you know what? The whole narrative was kind of like what Mike's saying. It was kind of hinged on fighting back against a system that didn't serve us, And I was in a punk band in high school. I've always had a little bit of a rebellious streak. I just resonated with the kind of, yeah, you too? You're a troublemaker. I think we're alike in that way, just in a sense that like we see a lot of injustices out there and a lot of it we can't do anything about, but the things we do have control about, gotta take advantage when you can. And what I saw in the GameStop thing was the people trying to take back some autonomy, some control. Maybe they were misguided, maybe they didn't know what they're doing, maybe they got stuck in a terrible stock, but the ones who learned from that, it's kind of like we're all like the same graduating class. I think people our age, many of us came from that same GameStop, fertile grounds there. Yeah, Jack knows what I'm talking about. I bet a lot of you guys did. If you guys joined the market because of GameStop, let us know. That's pretty cool, right?
Yeah,
Are we
that's
finally
pretty
getting the
cool.
breakout here on chips?
I don't like this push.
It's a big push,
Needed
yeah.
to stay below this level.
So I was getting at. I just didn't like it. But
Oh my God. I'm not liking this feel.
yeah, that's a strong candle there. I'm trying to look and see if
I'm talking about my sniffles, but my nose
okay.
is getting
Like,
itchier by the minute. Like, what the heck? I haven't felt like this in a while. Maybe I just need rest.
yeah, probably. It's so. Oh, this is a really nice bid here on everything but SPY. That's interesting to see. I bet we'll see SPY catch up. So
Darn. It's
probably
probably gonna
work.
stop me out.
Yeah, this looks strong to me. I think that if we switch to some higher time frames, we might see what's going on a little bit better. I think that SPY is
Well,
basing for a push into tomorrow.
yeah, maybe, or a continuation to the downside, but because we're still below these levels that I have, and in order for us to be like bullish, I think we have to break 29,230.
Yeah,
But
my
I do
thesis.
see higher lows on the 15-minute time frame. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, no, it's okay. My bearish thesis was kind of hinging on socks here, on chips failing the VWAP, and that's just a big old green candle. Okay, let's see. Now it's shaking and baking. We'll see where this candle closes on the 5 minute. But man, this is really high volume, and it makes me think that this is a confirmation of VWAP. And I think that we're probably going to try to go higher unless this rejects in the next couple minutes here. So this is the 30-minute flip as well. Important to look at where that last candle closed and where we kind of opened this next one. Oh my goodness. Was this all just to prime this candle, push up, make a top wick, and then sweep out? I'm really not sure
Trying
here.
to fake calls, I think. Hi,
Was that
Bronze
your-
Hand.
I literally, I'm having not a good time reading this because it could go either way into this neckline. This high volume makes me think we're going up, but we need to see where it closes. The high volume was on the bid.
Taku.
Hey, there he is. What's going on, brother?
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. I honestly think because like the 1 hour on MNQ still has lower highs and lower lows, and we haven't broken that little like downtrend. I think that it's trying to induce buyers to take over, but I really still see bearish momentum, and maybe like they're trying to fake out the. Maybe they're trying to shake out the shorts and try to fake the longs. So that's when it becomes a little bit confusing to read. But since I'm already in, I've been in, and I have a pretty good entry, and my risk is in profit. I'm not really like tripping about like what direction it goes. If it stops me out, I'll be stopped down in profit.
Yeah.
It's literally my last trade, and we have 30 minutes left.
You're doing this right. And see, I'm like trying to just, I think I'm trying to do too much by even touching this because, you know, I basically mitigated my losses with the hedge, and now anything else I do is kind of just noise at this point. I don't want to basically, you know, zig when I should have zagged and then cut out all my profits for the next day or so just because I'm, you know, trying to like play into something that isn't really playing out. I think that you might be right here on this hourly, just multiple pushes up, not getting traction to the upside. That push up was strong on high volume, but it didn't get anywhere, and that is worrisome. So I'm watching the close in 2 minutes to see where this one settles. If it is weak, then I'll slap my hedge back on again. At least it's lower than when I
Tell me, how do you hedge? Do you just like buy and sell at the same time?
Well, I just have my long-term positions, my swing positions, and then when it seems like overall the market's weak, I try to isolate the weakest part of the market, and then I'll play that to the short side and essentially just try to mitigate the losses. So I'll just try to like basically scalp short when it looks, and then the idea being I'm just like offsetting the loss of my long-term shares, which I have no intention of selling. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's just kind of a, you know, scraping, you know, it's mostly, honestly, like I have pretty good faith in these positions, but hedging intraday like this is mostly just to kind of spin my own wheels here while I'm watching everything happening, right? I kind of want to be, it's a control thing, I think, more than anything, you know?
Okay. Well, I feel like you're doing like two different trades, so I get the concept now.
Right. So it's basically just hedging my bets, like literally, you know, right? I'm just saying, hey, I'm not sure which way this is going to break, but if it does continue to the downside like it looks, if it looks heavy, then I got my hedge on. If it breaks over a key level, well, my longs, they're working for me, and, you know, I'm just not too worried about it. So this was a bad call on my part, and I want to talk about it. I really thought that we were going to catch, or that you know, bulls were going to catch here. This was really high volume on the push up.
This is looking really nice for the
looking
short.
great for you, yeah. And so the hedge is in. Yep, there's the candle close under here. I will have to pick it up. And this is also I get slippage here from waiting for these candles, these 5-minute candles to close. And yeah, look at that. Congratulations, nice flush here into Q's VWAP now. Oh, so my whole thesis was I need to see VWAP reject. So it rejected once, great, nice new low. Rejected again, couldn't make a new low, and then surged on high volume. So for me, I couldn't feel good about it playing out how I thought. If I'd waited 2 minutes though, then that would have played out. And this turns out actually to be the entry, right? So interesting here. Eric with some interesting stuff that I want to read here. Do a parallel channel from 1108 lows to 146 lows. Makes the trading ranges stick out like a sore thumb. You can see what's going on. Interesting. I don't use enough channels like this. Let me try this out.
I'm gonna trim 3 at the previous area of support, which was I think 122. So I'm gonna take 3 at 122, and then I'm gonna let 2 runners go. 1 runner to 29,050, and the other I want to let it just run until it can no longer run anymore.
I like it. I like it. And I like, let's see, Tyler grabbed some calls for Broadcom this week. We can hold 360. I stay in just looking for a bounce. Let's take a look at that. So Broadcom playing around its 200 day.
Tyler, you're here. Everybody's here. The whole family is here, guys.
Welcome, welcome. Oh, this is another gut check. We're under the 200 day, but we are coming on into NVIDIA earnings. That could change very quickly. 355 is an area where I see it could kind of come back in and then kind of make a decision. This low volume node, right? In this kind of nook here. I also see this previous level of interest here. Oh, this is a good level. I'm a fan of this 350 level, to be honest. I think that this might get tested. I hope not. Hope we just get straight reversal.
Did Adrian call me an old hag? And what the heck is a hag?
A hag? That's like a bruja. It's like a witch. He called you a witch. That's not very nice.
I liked you, but I don't like you anymore.
Oh man. They're still going on about it. I'm scrolling up now. I'm seeing the hag talk.
I know.
Come on
like,
now.
What the heck? Oh, okay. I take it back. I like you.
Nice save.
Dude, but hi, Ricky. No, but like honestly, my neighbor is a bruja. Like I'm like praying that I move out of this apartment because I don't like her. And I'm not a person to not like people.
Yeah, I can't imagine you not liking someone who doesn't deserve it. So what's she doing? Is she casting some spells? What's happening over there?
Something like that. Yeah, so like I don't know, it seems like I can't have guests over after 8:30. She starts tripping out if like we're walking back and forth, and maybe like the floor is a little too sensitive. So I don't have a carpet or anything. Maybe I should get a carpet.
You're up there
But like if I'm
salsa
walking kind of sometimes.
maybe I'm on her side.
No, but I'm quiet. Like I'm on my toes, you know?
Okay.
But yeah, she'll start pounding on the ceiling, and like she just gets super crazy, and she like won't stop. So I've had to call the cops on her twice. I've banged on her door once. I have complained about her for a whole year, like 6, almost 8 times now. It's crazy.
Oh, that's spooky. So
But-
if
but
I
the-
truly
the
thought she was a witch,
crazy
I
part-
wouldn't be complaining.
Taco,
That'd be creepy.
you're probably right. No, but like to be honest, guys, if I showed you a picture, she straight up looks like a witch. Like she has long white hair. She has this like hat, like a black pointy hat with like the round, you know? And then she wears black all the time.
That's a little eerie. You never know. You gotta play it safe
Dude.
on that one. Don't get cursed now. Don't get hexed.
No, I know. I like
need you
Sage
around.
with my little emotional support pickle.
I'm sorry, you're what? Hold
It's
up.
me. Emotional support pickle.
Okay. So what's oh, it literally says emotional support pickle. Well, would you look at
Yeah.
that? I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do with this information. Do I need I think I need an emotional support pickle.
It says I will always be around to let you know that you're a big deal. Big deal.
Oh, it's punning too. All right. That's pretty awesome. Is that a one-off? I need to-
And my friends gave it to me.
That's hilarious. Mike's watching S-Dot in the house, and I understand why. It's got a nice coil to it. It's trying to do a flag on a flag. Let's see if it can hold the VWAP and then break this kind of downtrend line here, guys. We might see some nice action here into the close. I'm wondering where this thing can go this week, because I don't think it's done. Mike, I think you're right. This is starting
Your
to look
socks
a little
is
early.
looking weaker too.
My socks are looking good. Oh yes,
SOS.
yes. Yeah. It's coming back, retesting that level. I hedged when I mentioned, oh, I'm wrong, and it's started to extend down. So I think I'm like one big candle in the green, but really it's just for peace of mind because I know my other stuff's gonna be going down a little, but I ain't selling. So
Look,
just to make it feel a little bit better.
DAIC just hit that level that I called out. I think it was like 166.
You're in the zone. bro.
And It tapped the 200 EMA nicely.
Oh, would you look at that? Absolutely. There's the tap and the small response. I think it's going lower actually, but I love that like it's just
Probably.
level to level, right? So big flush right to here and now kind of treading water, but no big bounce makes me think if this action keeps going for the next 3, 4, 5 minutes or so, we will see further continuation. I want to see a test of the equilibrium at least. That's 145. But I think we could easily see the dollar handle here or $1.20 perhaps as we kind of dig in deeper here. If we flip this around too, then we get the golden pocket. Yeah, right here from 122 to 85. Oh no.
So
Silent. I'm assuming we're laughing at silent gaming here. That
yeah,
is fair.
yeah.
Ollie, you don't. I hope this isn't too much information. You might not know this about guys, but sometimes if we're absent-minded, just it's like you just keep everything secure. You know, it's just it's a little fidget toy.
I'm sorry. It was just I
The
caught
emotional
off guard.
support there. That caught me off guard too. All right, let's see. Adrian's saying, I really like Micron fundamentally, financially, everything. What about technically, though? What about technically? It's a little bit suspicious. I do think that it wants to catch at some point, but I'm scared into the NVIDIA earnings. It's got to give me a really good place to buy into. So I'm
I'm
unsure about
excited for Wednesday earnings.
it's going to be spicy. Yeah, let's talk about it real quick because we have NVIDIA flushing here into our key zone, into the flattening 50-day, into this downtrend line, into the horizontal point of control as well. Where will it stop? Is this going to be all she wrote? Will it undercut into earnings? Maybe into our weekly support at 202, the big volume shelf at 200? Point being, there are levels to tag on the downside where we could still catch into this pivotal earnings on Wednesday. What we also have, we're going to have a big measured move on this guy. I think that we'll either fill the gap to the upside and start a beautiful pattern of this move down, push up, come down back into this base, and then surge higher. That is one possibility if we have great earnings. The market doesn't seem to be wanting to reward these plays quite yet, though. So I'm worried, perhaps we get the sweep of these equal relative lows here, about 10% down, and we could need to retest the breakaway gap all the way down here at 180 before we really find traction. So I'm not sure.
180?
Yeah, I think it's possible. It's possible.
Damn, that low?
Well, I think it would be more, yeah, and then I think it would take a while too to rebase. And I'm just not so sure that the market wants to reward these AI plays quite yet. I think it's really going to come down to this kind of gut check NVIDIA
It's
earnings.
just an opportunity to get it at a cheaper price.
Yeah, long term. I'm not selling my NVIDIA into earnings. I do have some dry powder that I've been carving out for chips, but I need to be sure that we're kind of forming that bottom because right now, my plays that I'm still holding in the AI space, I'm still green on them, so it's easy for me to hold them, you know. But I have a little bit of BE from way down in the 160 zone. I have some Micron. I got 720, managed to snipe it, added another on a reclaim. I don't know, it was somewhere around 830, 850 maybe, somewhere around there. So my cost base is sitting right around 775 or so for small position. Remember, I'm kind of a coward when it comes to these. So the ones that I still have, I'm still green on them, and I'm hedging against them with that success. Makes me feel a little better, makes me keep them in them. But honestly, I don't love these charts. I'm really not loving this break today. And I think that we need to come on back down and form a definitive higher low, probably off of this kind of 800 or even lower handle on Micron. It's kind of what I'm worried about here. DRAM also looking quite weak. And some smart technical traders that I follow, they're starting to have their doubts too. I'm trying to stay agnostic until we get through NVIDIA earnings and see that reaction. But you know what? I don't like these little peekaboo downtrend line cracks after all of this work, after all of this gas that they've been spending off the bottom, seeing like rolling on the oscillators before we can really get over the key levels that we need to. That's making me a little bit worried. And even with Qs,
I just trimmed more of my position. I'm moving my risk lower into more profit just in case. Because
nice. I like
we have
that.
like 10 minutes.
Yeah, absolutely.
So
10 minutes. Also, you're getting a really nice place here to manage risk into that that failure off the the VWAP here. So VWAP basically, where that kind of 5-10 minute range, the top of that one, consolidated into before rejecting here. I mean, I don't think it should sweep above that.
Yeah, hopefully it doesn't hold this 125 level like it did before earlier, like around 11.
Yeah, the 706, 707, 706, 75 to 707 level on QQQ. Yeah, I'm with you. That is the sticky area, and we can see that on this volume profile here. So this is kind of the bottom of the big shelf, and if it wants to hold this kind of nice, this is a bullish intraday volume pattern in my book, because it flushed fast and not many shares transacted down in this tail. And so because of that, when it came back up here, this became the big zone of interest that it's kind of trading in. So we could definitely see this hold and it trade back up overnight. That's what I think Adrian's expecting, some movement up before continuation to the downside. The other way we can look at it, though, is it is looking heavy here into the bottom. And hey, if we do get the flush, well, then it's going to be pretty explosive here, because this is a big volume shelf to fade. I guess you could see a small little wick back like that. Retesting maybe the first pop where that kind of faded off the morning. But in general, I do think that all we really can say is that if it reclaims this, then I'm kind of less of a fan here, reclaiming of the VWAP. I still think we go lower. I'm not gonna lie. I just don't know if it's immediate. Could be that overnight.
Yeah,
drift.
probably overnight.
When I just look at this daily chart, I don't love it. How do you feel about this? Like, could this just be a lower low double top? Could we be in for a bigger
on the
pull?
daily?
Yeah, on the daily.
Let me see. On the daily. I'm probably gonna be short biased.
That's okay.
Yeah, I see. Like, there's a lot of resistance at 731, right? There is a gap to fill up there. The gap to the bottom has not been filled.
Oh, does it? It does still have room, doesn't it?
Yeah, I still need to see a 700 sweep. That'll be nice. Once it sweeps, then I'll see what it wants to do after.
Yeah, I kind of like that. The 700's a good level.
And then I see a order block. I see 2 order blocks on the daily that it could potentially come down to, which is 696 approximately, maybe like 695.
Okay.
And yeah, I don't know if it's gonna come, just fill the gap, sweep, take some sweeps and some stop losses, and then hold from there and push. And that'll be really interesting, because maybe the rest of the chips could, give us some opportunity to swing some long-term calls, especially after this week during earnings, because we have NVIDIA, which is one of the biggest, companies that are chip related, right?
I'm with you, and I'm wondering if Steve might have the right read here. Just keeping it simple, we gap down, and we're not seeing strong support off the 50-day. I'm inclined to be bearish. I'm inclined to really need to see it prove itself. That being said, for me, it's a very I see this going 2 ways. Bearish if it keeps this trajectory, but if NVIDIA earnings are good, if CRM earnings are good, if we have a lot of CrowdStrike, we have Okta, we have a lot of kind of components which could lift Qs. If the chips and software as a service both start working together, that's what it would take to save this chart. That being said, as of now, I see a very clear level at the high of the day today, 709.40. This is the little high volume shelf that's kind of keeping a lid on things here on this volume profile. If we get over this, I think we retest these moving averages and have the potential to really rip and fill the gap quite quickly, end up carving out a nice higher low here. That being said, I think it's too shallow generally for a higher low. We did take the 50% liquidity from the prior major high, the all-time high, to the prior major low here. But when you take that same range and form it on the leg we just had, we still have some room down here to the 697. I think that we really need to see a showstopper on NVIDIA to keep this train on the tracks. Otherwise, why can't we see indices go up besides tech, right? Why can't we see commodities really carry the flame here, so to speak? So one thing, that I look for here is, so DBC is just the commodities index, and you can do this over QQQ. And what we're seeing is the potential major breakout for commodities versus tech. So what we're seeing is that for the past, well, since April, since March, since basically the top of the Strait of Hormuz scare, this ratio has gotten beaten up here. But what we are seeing here is the potential high or low W pattern forming on this ratio chart. I think this is a really, really compelling place to be over the next couple years, having money in these commodities, buying dips, and just, I'm incredibly bullish on, I mean, sheesh, everything from uranium to lithium to copper. I'm bullish on oil. So maybe I am just commodity brained here, but I truly think that these are names that are going to stick for a long time. But we got to give a shout out to Ayush in the chat. Big me to fit me. Got the 100K funded with TTP today. Awesome, man. Congratulations. That's the big boy.
Good job. Congrats.
I've yet to fund 100K on
yeah,
Trade
I've
Report
yet
at
to
all,
fund
actually.
mine too. Well, because I only traded during earnings.
Oh yeah, I don't think I have one. I should get one.
I have different accounts for different things because
I like that.
Yeah.
I'm
So like
totally
I have
with you there.
one
That's
for
amazing.
my futures stream in the morning. I have one personal for myself. I have a cash futures. I have an options account, and then I have the trade the pool earnings and my afternoon prop accounts.
Yeah, I'm with you. I'm spreading it out there. Guys, we're seeing some wild imbalances. I think, yeah. Oh, yeah. Talks on it. So wild imbalances. I'm seeing Microsoft here, very strong. Interesting there. Chips as a whole got blown the heck up here on this. That, I mean, hey, that's about as bearish as you can get. So I'm glad our read's accurate here. It looks like we are heading down, at least for now. Wanted to check out some of the other big stocks here and see where these imbalances are sending us, or at least hinting towards. Apple not doing too much of anything. What's up with NVIDIA? Probably down. Yeah, big down on NVIDIA here. Broadcom getting flushed as well a little bit. What else we got? We got Tesla actually with the buy, looks like.
Man, I should have full ported puts today.
Famous last words. Let's see. Eric Russell, do you see the monthly chart on Qs? Let's take a look. Let's see what you're seeing. Breakout candle with no volume spike is an anomaly. We could be dropping down to the 540s. It does seem like the failed breakout, doesn't it? So let's look at that monthly. I like that you're keeping me honest, looking at the higher time frames. Yeah, we peaked above here, and on SPY, I think it even shows we swept my monthly liquidity. There's my monthly liquidity level there. We swept it. We're back testing on SPY, looking a little bit better, but you got a top wick here that is not sparking joy. Going back to Qs, it looks even uglier. Going to the chips, and it looks, yikes, kind of gross, doesn't it? So I was a big bull, and I was really trying to catch these bottoms on chips. We made money, but I don't know how to feel about this kind of look here. It's really testing patience here, and wow, look at the candles here.
Wow.
Qs. You see these 1 minute candles?
Yeah,
Wild.
I'm finally green.
Look at that.
I lost 1,100 this morning, and I just made it all back.
Beautiful. Awesome. Chips surprisingly strong off of that flush out there. So my hedge, probably should have monetized some on the big candle, but hey, what can you do? It's hedging. Qs here, they flushed. They flushed everything. I think this continues to work its way down, personally, over the next couple of days, unless NVIDIA really is a showstopper. We have Micron with the negative. So what would you consider this? Is this just getting paired off here? They sell it and then they're buying it back. Just, it does seem, they're still pushing lower here. I don't know. Not great. ChemLife saying, meanwhile, quality / divvies, so SCHD, and divvy growth factor keep marching higher. So people are looking for safer places for their money. People are looking for safer places for their money. It does seem. SCHD on a daily time frame here. Yeah, just look at that.
Did somebody say that the Qs may come down to 540? That would be
Eric's
insane.
a little bit bearish. I don't know. I don't know if we're getting that low, but let's see if we can reconstruct what he's seeing here.
For real.
540 would put it back to
the previous area of resistance.
Previous
There's a gap
year's high as well.
There's a gap to fill. That would be so nice. Oh my god.
Oh god, you're getting Alejandro excited. I would say worst case, realistically, fine, worst case, yes, but I think it's much more likely that we kind of hang out. We have like a 10% correction, maybe check back in with 600 at the worst. But let's see. There goes the Broadcom trade. I'm sorry, Tyler. Yeah, good cut before you lost a lot. And you know what? That's all you can do sometimes, honestly. It's really all you can do. Let's see. What about that expansion with no volume? I think Kyle Williams and the first Red Day guys talk about. Oh, nice. You're are you I don't know
Kyle Williams?
I don't actually. Do you know Kyle Williams?
Yeah.
He's a small cap guy, right? Is he with MIC? The first Red Day sounds like MIC guys. No?
He's with Tim.
Tim Sykes?
He's one of Tim's students.
Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah, I do love the first Red Day type setups though, and let's see if we're seeing that. I mean, Q's. I guess it could be the first Red Day. We did break the moving averages. We did come back into the gap, and not a huge bounce off there so far. I don't like it. I gotta say, I don't like tech here, and that's making me feel a little bit sus. Let's see. Jack asking, how can you lose 1100 with the daily drawdown is 500 on a 25K? Is this a personal account or a larger account, perhaps? Ollie?
I'm sorry. I got distracted. I knew you were talking to me, but then I'm like, no, he's probably talking to the chat. Ask me again.
So we just had a question. Your daily loss here, that's bigger than the drawdown on a 25K account. So is this on a larger account, or is this a personal account or something?
Don't worry about it.
Don't worry about it. There's your answer, guys. Sounds like sounds like she's extra glad that she made it back. Sounds like it might be real.
Guys, it was on a 50K.
Okay, I see. Okay.
But it's because so I nailed the short at the beginning, and then I'm like, I'm gonna try this again because it was still like an hour in morning stream, and I'm like, dude, we have 2 hours. I'm gonna sit here and do nothing. I was like, let me just make it exciting. So I went in short again, but I only went in with 3 micros, and I literally went short right at support. Like, who does that?
I'll get you. You when
so
you're trying to make your money back. Me when I'm trying to make my money back. That's what I found.
No. That was just my second trade. That was the trade that made me red. Yeah. So then I'm like, okay, if it goes above this price, I'm gonna get out. And then like everybody was watching, and it went above the price, and I still didn't get out. And I'm like, I still think we're bearish, so I'm gonna hold. And then
rules. Can't do that.
And then I was getting yelled at by everybody. They're like, you didn't follow your rules. And I'm like, shh.
Pencils down.
I can bear $1,000. Okay. It's okay.
She's tough. Alejandra's tough. She knows that the 1,000 can go quickly, but it can come real quick too. Just got to stay in that pocket, right? Hey, Willie, good to see you. You haven't made anything, but you haven't lost anything either. Well, here we are. I'm down a little so far on the week. I'm a little bit red because I didn't do any real active trading besides this little red scalp. Not much. I didn't play Qs. Looks better on Qs. So yeah, just hanging out. I am still in my hedge, and luckily after hours here looks like stocks might come back down just a little bit. I'm looking for lower lows to take some off the table because it's protecting me now. But yes,
a little bit red on my earnings?
No earnings today. No earnings today. So we are out as soon as there's nothing major to talk about. What I could do is talk some.
That means I have more time for a nap? Yes. I have the gym at 3. I really need a nap.
Yeah, well, you have my blessing. Feel free to take off. I'm gonna just do a few minutes of wrap up here. Leave everybody with a little bit of a prep for tomorrow, because you know what? I think that it's gonna be a good trading day. So first off, we will be looking for that continuation to the downside. of course, as we were talking about it for most of the power hour here, and then we finally got some of that continuation into the close. I do think that this is an ugly little lurchy curly thing. We are a little bit oversold on the hourly, but we could still advance downwards here, still sloping down. 4 hour does have a little bit of room. I mean, not really. It's kind of oversold, but still we have this downward momentum. So we could be seeing a pretty decent flush into a pretty decent bounce is kind of what I'd like to see. The daily trajectory still solidly down here on the oscillator. Like Steve mentioned, we are under the 200. We are treading water in this gap. And until we can reclaim today's highs, no dice for the long for me. So that's the long trigger for me, a reclaim on volume of today's highs. Otherwise, I am biased downside. I'll be looking for shorts off of VWAP, off of key moving averages. Well, there's no real daily moving averages to check in with, but that's what I'm talking about. Hey, Spencer in the house. Good to see you, man. What a day, what a day. How's your, what's up? You still in Teslas? Oh, ups and then downs. Hey, back to support though, so maybe we get a chance to add. Good to see you though, man. We got a game. It's been too long. Andre, this is my good friend in chat, Spencer. We visited each other. Have you met any people from Trading Live yet?
Like from Trade the Pool or
anywhere, like, just like branching out from online into the real life.
Well, I mean, I get a lot of DMs and I'll chat with some people, but I haven't like actually met like anybody in person, I don't think.
Fair enough. Probably a little easier for me knowing these people. I've been gaming with these guys for like probably 5 years now, so, but it's nice having bringing it out into the real world. Just because I don't know, it's so isolating trading. That's what I've found. So really looking forward to our Trade the Pool meetup when we finally do make it happen. And also looking forward to hopefully getting some lunch with you or something next weekend, because I feel bad for Balin, but we gotta bring it into the real world here.
I know, for real. We gotta take a selfie and then show everybody.
Exactly. I couldn't get Michael to do karaoke. I was supposed to get him to do karaoke. Maybe we'll have to do karaoke someday. Give the people what they want. For some reason, they really want everybody on Trade the Pool doing karaoke. I don't know. I guess
they just want to hear me sing.
Must be. I think they just want to hear me sing. Anyways, that's that like DJ James in the house.
I want to hear Angelo sing.
Joe's got a good voice.
Right?
Joe, I don't know if you've heard him play piano. He's legitimately incredibly skilled.
Really? Wow.
He was a piano teacher for many, many moons, many years.
Wow, so, that's cool.
Get him to serenade you sometime on it's good stuff. All right, guys. I'm getting loopy. I haven't eaten today, so I need to go take care of myself.
Oh my god, go get some food.
We got to get ready for tomorrow, guys. So let's be ready for that potential bigger red day, for that potential continuation in chips, and just for the potential whiplash back on the NVIDIA earnings. That's going to be the star of the show. So we'll be all up in arms, all up, ready to go first thing tomorrow morning. You'll have Big Money Mitch and Michael in the morning. Then you'll have some of me in the afternoon. Ollie, will you be joining for earnings or for Power Hour tomorrow?
Yeah, for sure. Or no, not. I don't stream on Tuesdays because I have like a full day of training.
Totally fair. Well, then we'll see you Wednesday for sure. But until then, thank you so much for tuning in, guys. And
Byron, bye, guys.
Hey, Byron in the house. All right, guys, we got to head out, but great to see all of you as always. See you next time. Trade safe.
Bye.
Go get some rest. Bye, guys.
Okay, bye.